Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's top gothic horror campaign. I am Dragnacarta, as always, your host and DM, and thank you to everyone for continuing to tune in. We actually do have a bit of a return to form this week. How do y'all feel about returning to Vallaki within, 48 hours after leaving forever?
It's been quite a 48 hours. It feels like it's almost been 3 weeks?
I'm enjoying it. My party spent 4 cumulative months in Vallaki, in-game time.
What?
So
Jesus Christ.
They really nestled in. So, it's coming back to an old friend.
I guess it's not as bad as Harrison's 18 sessions in Solanka Pass, though.
What?
Hold on.
He actually did it. Ask him sometime.
You terrify me.
Well, at least we can be comfortable that today's episode will involve lots of people singing Kumbaya and, happy flowers.
Yeah, we're bringing Victor to a fireside chat.
We're shopping. What's the worst that can happen?
Honestly.
Everyone loves a shopping episode. All right. Well, as I prepare the receipts and shopping lists for everyone today, let's dive in and get started with Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. And welcome back, everyone. So, last we left off on Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Making their way to the small, snowy village of Vallaki and the Abbey of St. Markovia that perched atop it, our companions found their hopes of a safe escape dashed. Later that same night, after learning of the madness of the local abbot and despairing at any probability of finding escape from Strahd, the vampire himself appeared that night, doing battle with the companions and setting aflame part of the village of Kresk as he attacked with his minions. Fortunately, the companions survived, defying Strahd's efforts to turn them against one another and break their loyalties. As Esmeralda Davenir, a Vistana monster hunter that they had met at the Abbey, joined them, vowing to assist in their efforts to see Strahd destroyed. The following morning, the party journeyed to a pool at the north end of Kresk, Irina Koliana leading them there at the silent call of a mysterious voice. There, she encountered a spirit or a mirage in the pool beside the Shrine of the White Sun. A man who called himself Sergei and called her Tatiana. But before Irina could reach his hand, pulled back by Kiva's grip, a bolt of lightning struck the pool as Strahd's wrath rang through the land. Together, the companions retreated from Kresk and the ruins that they had left behind, aiming to recollect Esmeralda's wagon before making their way toward Vallaki and beyond that, Ser Pool, where they believed the Vistana seer, Madame Ava, could tell more about what lay ahead of them in their fortunes. After speaking with Esmeralda about the secrets and strengths of vampires, the party arrived at an old tower on on a causeway island at the center of Lake Baratok. There, they encountered Rudolf van Richten, the famed vampire hunter, and they learned Esmeralda's mentor. After speaking with van Richten about his goals and time in Barovia and Strahd's unique history, as well as some of the vampire's unique powers and affinity for his lair, van Richten bid the companions farewell as they returned to Esmeralda's wagon, reviewed a map of Barovia that Esmeralda had brought, and set sail for the dark town of Vallaki to the east. There, however, they found the western gates deserted, the guards having withdrawn to a crowd to listen to a fiery speaker that condemned Baron Vallakevich and his culpability for the vampiric attack on the church several nights before. Upon venturing to the Blue Water Inn, the companions learned that more Vallakians had died to vampire attacks in recent nights, and that tensions, political and otherwise, in the town had grown to a boiling point. As Erthrindir and Lillison, with Esmeralda's help, decided to venture to the Baron's mansion to warn Victor Vallakevich of the danger his family faced, Kiva led the others on an expedition to obtain a wedding dress for the abbot from Moldavar and Daughters, a dressmaker close by to the Blue Water Inn. And so, Erthrindir and Lillison, as you make your way invisibly through the dark, muddy streets of Vallaki, you carefully make your way, avoiding one or two stragglers that pass by through the streets, though given the dearth of anyone out and about this day, it's not overly difficult. Behind you, you can see Esmeralda casually strolling down the street, nonchalantly sticking to the sides of the road, and her eyes darting back and forth from beneath the cover of her disguise, keeping an eye out for any trouble or danger that might arise. It's not long, however, before you find where the Vallakians have gone, just why the streets are so empty, as you see the crossroad behind you to the north fade away around the bend, and you come into view of a location that Erthrindir has visited before, the Baron's Manor. The old, neglected mansion looms above its neighbors, the scarred stone structure standing stubbornly at the side of the muddy, gravel-pocked avenue. You can see dark shadows lurking behind the drapes covering its windows, and its plastered stone, aged and groaning, evidently has not grown any better repaired since you've last visited. The street before it, however, is not empty at all. It's choked with the flesh of dozens of Vallakians, their eyes dark and their voices darker. Occasional insults and epithets leap from the crowd, soon echoed by demands for peace or for safety or for accountability. And fearful, anxious murmurs underlie it all like smoldering embers. Several townsfolk hold rotten vegetables, small stones, or slabs of splintered wood. And off to the side, you think you see another brown-robed figure accompanied by more than a half-dozen grim-faced Vallakians, each one bearing an unsheathed scimitar at their belt, the rusted blades glinting wickedly in the gray light. 2 guards in Vallakian garb stand beneath the arched opening before the mansion's double entrance doors, their spears held steadfast by their sides. Even so, there's no missing the frequent nervous glances they share, or the palpable tension that you feel simmering everywhere beneath the surface. You come to a stop several dozen yards away from the crowd, beyond the shadow of the manor, as the rising din of the voices fills the air of the street. What do you do?
Lillison is going to, well, first she's going to try to figure out where Erthrindir is, because they're both invisible, and that makes things more difficult.
You hear a gentle cough about 3 feet to your right.
Okay. Lillison is going to edge a little bit more that way, and sort of cup her hands around her mouth so that, hopefully only he can hear it. And she is going to say, "Is there another entrance in the back?"
don't quite remember. I think so. What I know is that doors were locked. Amity blew up the stairwell inside last time, and the boy will probably be upstairs in the attic. Though, but yeah, I think there's a back door.
All right, let's first get away from this crowd. Please remind me. Just tell me everything you know about this boy and his temperament and anything that we can use to get on his good side.
Right. Maybe while we're doing that, you mind casting that spell?
You see Esmeralda a few feet away. She startles a bit. She seems to have been looking about a foot to your left, but gives you a nod and says in a low voice, "Right, I'll be in the alleyway over there. Let me know if you need anything." You watch as she fiddles in her pocket for something, gives a nod to a space slightly to the left of your ear, and begins moving toward the alleyway.
Okay. So the kid is, I think, maybe 16 or 17. Hard to tell. By all evidence, not either just not a good relationship or has been actively abused by his parents. He's very powerful magic-wise, and also either lacks empathy or doesn't really get that other people are... I can't tell if it's a class issue or if he's just been isolated for so long that he doesn't understand folks, but he told me about accidentally killing two of the family's servants with barely a shudder. So I think it's safe to assume that he might be a little off balance, if that makes sense.
I suppose it does. And you think that he has no particular love for his parents? He would be happy to escape and at least leave his father here?
It's what he's been trying to do for quite a while now, I think. There's definitely no love lost between him and the dad. I don't know anything about his mother. But yeah, I think if he were given the chance, he'd go. But I don't know how amenable he's going to be to kind of leaving behind the life he lives to go be a fugitive.
Does he seem to love his magic?
Earthendeer takes a long moment to consider this, the rain pattering invisibly off his hood. I think he thinks it's the only thing that can help him. I don't know if he loves it, but he uses it with a willingness and a desperation that I think it's the only thing he thinks he can rely on.
Ah, I see. This may make things a little more difficult.
That was my thought as well. We're going to need some way to convince him that he's not invincible.
Do you love your magic?
No. No, I do not.
I'm a little surprised.
There's a quiet little laugh. You'd think so, right? Like I've studied it for this long, but it's a tool. And what I keep finding out is that the tools I have available to me in this toolbox are ones that are either meant to manipulate or to hurt people. They're my mentor, the man who taught me all this. He would cast maybe 3 spells in a day, and 2 of those were to light and put out his fire, and the third would be healing. It's hard to love something that doesn't work for you and that's not yours, and this isn't. mine.
You don't think it's yours?
It's not. I'm telling. It's other people's spell work, other people's stories, and even then, I'm bad at it. You hear bards are supposed to tell stories and sing songs and carry on histories, and what do? I weave glyphs that might as well be a wizard's, and I'm hardly doing any of that, am I? Fat lot of good I'm doing.
You... I suppose just because everybody thinks that the sort of stories and songs and inspiring speeches and things closer to what Amity does is what bards are supposed to do, does not mean that that defines the entirety of the expectations of your existence.
There's a long moment of silence. I appreciate that, but it's hard not to think that way. It's, I don't know if I have an alternative exactly.
I don't believe you need an alternative. You are capable of doing things that others cannot. And in a place where we need all the sorts of tools that we can get, I don't see how that is at all a bad thing. My magic is entirely my own, and that does not prevent it from also being a force for, well, targeted destruction. So, it is what I have. It is what I will work with.
I guess I just don't want to work with it anymore. I'm tired, Lillison. And I guess I wish that if this is what I've got to offer, if this is the tools that I can use to get us out of here, that they were ones that I could use without either cringing or remembering who they used to belong to. That's all, I guess. But I'm happy that you're using your magic for what you need to, and that it works.
Lillison invisibly narrows her eyes, but because neither of them can see each other, this doesn't actually accomplish anything. But after a moment, she says, "You also mentioned that he used magic to influence a servant's mind?"
Yeah. He did quite a few castings of it, actually. I think he's very powerful. So that's something we need to be careful of.
If he had to use that many castings, then he may have the raw potential, but he's not very good at it, is he?
I think that's accurate. Either that, or that was just a remarkably strong-willed person.
And he did not attempt to hide this at all?
No, he didn't.
Very well. Ethrindir, I am going to attempt to present myself to him in a way that he will find sympathetic. If you hear me saying things that you would not expect from me, Just keep that in mind.
Hey, I use the tools in my toolbox, and you use yours. And once we get inside, I may be able to help you with that. I think I've picked up a thing from Amity.
And what is it?
Well, why don't I just show you when we get there?
At this point, Lillison, your eyes drifting across the street, you see Esmeralda's face poke once more out of the alleyway in your general direction.
All right. Shall we go?
Yep.
Okay. You make your way across the street, Esmeralda backing up into the alley to make room for you. There are a few old, slightly cracked crates and an overturned barrel sitting there that seems to have a hole chipped into its side and long since drained whatever it might have contained onto the muddy earth. Esmeralda pulls back behind the stack of crates and lowers her voice, addressing the space around which she seems to hear your footsteps. Right. So, you wanted me to check out the upstairs, right? The attic?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so I took a bit of a glimpse up there. There is a young man up there. I presume he might be the one you're looking for. A bit of a grey streak in his hair.
That's the one.
Right. Well, he's up there, all right. Seems not to be going anywhere fast. Seems to be studying a book on the table, pacing around a bit. He had some skeletal cats. It's a bit interesting.
Yeah, he's been necromancing.
All right. Well, that makes it a bit more fun. But yes, he doesn't appear to be going anywhere quickly, though he is occasionally glancing out the window. Seems not all members of the family are at peace with the mob outside their doors.
Good. He's got a little bit of social consciousness, at least.
Perhaps. So I cannot say how deep it goes, but... given the crowd, I presume you're not going to want to go in by the front door, at least.
I think there's a back door. If there is, that's what we're trying.
All right. Well, if you want, I can keep watch from this alley over here. Make sure nothing goes wrong. If anything happens, I can do what I can. And you go in?
Thank
It
you.
is much appreciated, yes.
Of course. Best of luck.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can get in the back.
All right. Do you have a rope?
You bet I do.
Good, just in case we need it.
Why would we? You know what? I'm not asking.
Okay. And are you going to make your way around the back, you said?
Yes.
Stealthily.
Stealthily.
Okay, very good. Given that you're outdoors and invisible, I won't ask for a stealth roll at the moment, but I would say that you are able to make your way around the side of the grounds, hopping over the wooden fence that surrounds the estate once you get clear of the crowd and begin quietly making your way through the misty green-brown grass that covers the grounds around the structure. As you do so, Kiva. I believe, you were leading your compatriots to the dressmakers?
That is correct.
Okay. With that, as you exit the Blue Water Inn, leaving Kobal, Plensky, and the Martikups behind, alongside Esmeralda's wagon, you and your companions begin making your way down the street. You see that the crowd from earlier has dispersed slightly, though the speaker and her compatriots bearing blades seem to have retreated a bit from the street side, though a few other Vallakians seem to be gathering nearby, perhaps another speech to begin soon. Nonetheless, you guide your companions across the way and block or so down before you arrive outside of the location that Lillison had pointed out. It's an old rundown storefront, the gilding worn away at the eaves after years, if not decades, of neglect. An old wooden sign hanging by one rusted iron ring reads, in faded, chiseled font, Moldovar and Daughters. You can see through the faded, slightly dirty glass window a plain brown dress with a pleated skirt sitting on a wooden stand facing the front window, the fabric itself slightly off-center as it faces the street. Beyond it, the interior of the shop is quite dimly lit, though you can see a faint flickering light from a desk through the window. Do you go in?
Yeah, Kiva would go right in, and if there's some sort of bell or something that she can do to sort of let them know that she's there, she will do that.
Okay. You pass inside, a faint bell indeed ringing as you make your way through the door, a few of your companions following inside. The store itself is dimly lit and more than a little cramped. You see spools of fabric resting on shelves along the walls as you pass beyond the faded brown dress. You can see a plain wooden table illuminated by a flickering candle dripping with wax sitting at the rear of the shop, unattended. A faint, half-done gray skirt resting on its surface next to what seems to be a few sewing materials left unattended. Behind the table, a door rests slightly ajar. You can hear low voices from the back.
She'll clear her throat once, and then just, if no one immediately comes out, she'll just say, excuse me, I was wondering if I could order a dress.
The voices pause, and you see the rear door open after a moment. An older, somewhat thin Vallakian woman steps out, hair down past her ears, a simple grayish dress with a simple white seamstress's apron over it. Behind her, you see a young woman, perhaps no older than her mid to late teens, glancing slightly sullenly out from the rear. The woman gives you a long, staring look, and then turns back and murmurs to the girl behind her. You catch the words, "Go fetch your daughter. Whatever nonsense she's up to, I want her back here. Understood?" The young woman nods and begins stepping her way through the shop, though she gives each of you a wide berth as she does so. As the door clangs shut behind you, the seamstress stares at you for a few moments more. A quick question for Kiva. What is your current disguise, if any?
Oh, God. I didn't think she was disguised because she was invisible. So she's just sort of her right now, probably with her cloak up, but yeah, she's just vibing.
All right. So the woman steps forward and catches a glimpse of the bluish tinge of your skin beneath your hood, and as she does, you hear a slight gasp. "By the morning, Lord, you're them. You're the outsiders. Have you come to kill me?"
No. She pulls down her hood and holds up her hands, and she look, why would we hurt you?
Everyone's talking about it. They say that you joined with vampires.
No,
They say that...
absolutely not. Look, we were trying to help with the vampires. We didn't want any of this. We didn't even want to be here, but that's not... Look, there's a friend of mine in Kresk, and she needs a wedding dress. And the last time we were here, we noticed your shop, and I thought that there was no one better to ask. Is that something you can help me with?
She swallows, and kind of her hand shaking, kind of reaches toward the desk, just kind of feeling around, where she picks up a small bit of parchment. I suppose you're sure you're not here for anything untoward. It's difficult to know who to believe.
I can promise you, my friend, I don't know if Amity came into the shop, did she?
Yeah.
Okay. My friend here, can do something called a zone of truth, if that would make you feel more comfortable.
Oh,
to show
I
that
don't know.
I'm not lying.
I don't know what that is. I'd rather you didn't do it in my shop, please.
Okay. Look, I promise you, I don't mean to do anything untoward. I'm just here for a dress. My wedding dress was very plain, so I'm thinking it's probably going to be something more. She looks sort of helplessly at the others. Like, does he want something like really nice, or like what is he asking for? But
What are your rates, dear?
Yes, thank you. That's helpful.
If it's a wedding gown you're looking for, I reckon I could do one up for you for 50 gold pieces.
It's a bit steep, isn't it?
Well,
We
the
don't have
materials
much.
I have to get. It'll take some time. It's not a small
Metron.
project.
Metron kind of looks over at Amity, giving her a bit of the look that he gave her back at the what is it? What was it called again?
Are you talking about Blinsky? No, Aerosex Stockyard?
Yeah,
Aerosex
the stockyard. Thank you.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, I know the book.
But less of a like I'm going to do it, and more of a should I do it look.
Kiva takes the staff sort of out of her backpack and like holds out the gem end, and she's like, "Look, I can give you this as well as gold, but we don't have that money. We didn't come here with anything, and there's obviously not a lot of places for us to make an honest living. So, is there anything you can do for us, please?"
She glances at the gem. Out of curiosity, is this one of the gems that Metreon sticky-fingered from the Wizard of Wines?
This is I took a staff off of a corpse that
okay,
had
so
a gem. Yeah, it's a spell focus. It was one of the druids' spell focuses.
Gotcha. So the dressmaker looks at the staff for a moment and kind of shakes her head. Look, dearie, I'm sorry. I've got to feed my girls. I've got to keep the shop open. I mean,
can you make me a non-wedding dress that's just very nice?
I suppose.
She looks
but
at
it'll still.
Metron puts his hand on her shoulder. Give me a moment. Hello, my good lady. I understand your need for keeping your business afloat, keeping your family fed. However, as you pointed out, we are outsiders and therefore do not have much in the way of coin. So what can we do for this? We want the dress and you want coin.
Look, I told you I need to feed my girls.
Absolutely, but
if you need a gown, I suppose I know a place where you can get one. But I need if you're looking to buy something, it costs me gold to buy the materials.
Of course.
Sorry, you said you know where to get one pre-made. Then.
Well, yes, but I don't know if she'd be like to give it to you. If I could ask you a question, please.
Of course. You're among friends here.
They say that's one of you or all of you were the ones that killed him. Is it true?
Well, that depends. Will the answer affect the pricing?
I just want to know if you're with the speakers.
Speakers?
Yes.
We don't know what they are. We just got back here.
Look, all I know is that folk are talking about things that they're planning, what with the Baron and all that, and And if you're with them, I don't know if you'll be able to get what you're looking for.
You said that someone else had a dress. Who is it?
It's... She bites her lip and pauses and then gives you a nervous look. Well, I've seen it once. Baroness Lydia Petrovna. She owns a beautiful white bridal gown. You might be able to persuade her to lend it to you, but... Oh, it's the things that one's been hearing about, things going down at the manor. I don't know, things are burning off.
Look, that's not a good idea for us.
Metron.
It's not a good idea for us to do that. So I can give you some of my rations, whatever it takes. I can help feed your girls if that helps, but you are our only option here.
Actually, you know what? A moment here, if you don't mind. Kiva, please, if you will. Amity.
Amity nods at Metreon, responding to his earlier glance.
If you don't mind us, a little bit of a quick discussion.
Kiva will go with him.
She kind of shrinks back at your words, doesn't flee, but you see a bit of a pale shadow cross her face.
He smiles and flashes a bit of a gold fang. Oi, they're going there now. Do we want to maybe get them to get that? 2 birds, all that?
It's worth a shot, but I don't know how we would communicate with them.
Well, Amity, you got some ways, right?
It would be my last, powerful spell of the day, but I could send him a message.
Yeah, well, we do that.
Yeah, I think it's worth a shot, but if it doesn't work, we might have created more of a problem for ourselves than just trying to haggle here.
Right, the downside is if it doesn't work, then I'd have to try to phrase it in such a way that if, Strahd hears it, then it doesn't do too much bad.
Well,
all we're doing is asking for a wedding dress, asking for them to find it. I don't think he can extrapolate anything too terrible from that.
Yeah, just state the facts. She has a wedding dress in there. Go find it.
All right. I'll do it.
Let's go say goodbye to the nice young shopkeep first, and let's not burn the bridge completely.
Kiva goes back at that and just explains the situation, and just says that they're going to try to talk to the Baroness, but to please consider us coming back and possibly, getting help here.
She just nods silently and slowly sets the parchment down on the desk.
And now, my dear, I would like to leave you with something, just for your discretion, of course, seeing as how you did not see us here. And Metron will take out a gold and slide it over the desk.
She eyes it with obvious interest. She doesn't seem to be going for it, but you get the vibe that she's probably going to do it as soon as you walk out of here.
It's a shame. He pulls it back, kind of reading her.
She visibly flinches. Well, winces more than flinching, but you get the idea.
My dear, I'm not certain it would be a wise decision to out us in such a way, given our own reputation, and, given how unprotected you are in this store.
Metreon!
I'm not
Make
threatening.
An intimidation check.
That's an 11.
She takes a step back, and you hear a half-muffled whimper from the back of her throat. I wouldn't tell nobody. Please, I'm just looking to provide for my girls. I wouldn't.
Well, here, take this. And the coin that he's taken back from the desk, he kind of flips with his thumb towards her. Take that. Feed your girls, feed your boys, feed whoever. And again, should we need your patron, should we need to dock at your doorstep again? There could be more of that where that came from.
This time she gives the gold a single second's worth of a kind of a baleful glance and then snaps it up and tucks it away in a pocket of her apron. She just bobs her head, Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Shall we?
Kiva just looks very embarrassed and leaves.
All right. You step outside into the streets of Vallaki once more. Is there anything you'd wish to do out here?
Cast the spell.
Yeah. Amity, first I'm going to make sure this doesn't ruin the concentration on invisibility. Okay, we're good. And Amity is going to go ahead and cast Sending, the most powerful spell in 5e.
All right. Who are you sending it to? And what do you send?
I will send a message to Erthrendir, and it will go, trouble affording what we want. I heard the Baron's wife Lydia owns one. Find it? I could help locate if nearby. How are you? And then the message cuts off because that's 25 words.
Love it. What's Anthony's response?
He stops midway through getting to the Baron's back door and kind of shakes his head like he's trying to get water out of his ear, and then he realizes, we'll try. Infiltration's going fine so far. Esmeralda helping. Will do my best. Take care. Love you.
All right, and as you receive the message, Erthrendir, you and
Yeah?
Lillison round the corner of the rear end of the Baron's Manor, facing the backyard and gardens of the estate. Here you can see rows of root vegetables with pale green stalks sitting quietly in the muddy, misty earth behind the looming manor. A simple dirt path cuts across the rear side of the building, splitting off into a small trail that connects to an old wooden door. A back entrance, perhaps. Beside this door, you see sitting a sodden pile of splintered wooden debris. An old glass window above it looks out over the grounds. Through the window, you can see a pale Barovian man who occasionally glances nervously outside.
Well, that's not ideal.
No.
Wait, sorry, did Erthrendir respond to the Sending?
He
Yeah.
did, yes.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Wilson is going to look up. Does it look like there are large windows on upper stories?
From this current vantage point, there are two windows. There's one on the second floor on the north end of the back wall, and there's one on the third floor, which you presume to lead to the attic. Erthrendir, you recognize those windows as presumably leading into the master bedroom on the second floor and the small attic chamber on the third.
What you thinking?
I am wondering whether it would be better for us to take our chances with this door or to attempt the topmost window with that rope.
Well, we'd be climbing right past Vargas's bedroom. So if he's in, he's gonna see the rope sail past. Unless we could just get onto the roof from a different angle so he can't see it.
Well, I think the rope itself we could place wherever we wish, as long as we are quick about it and do not become visible.
Worth a shot, I suppose. I'll see if I can get a good grappling hook snag. Hopefully the noise of the crowd outside will muffle it.
I don't think... And she's going to carefully cast Mage Hand.
Ooh.
All right. The spooky skeleton hand appears before you.
Where do you think would be the best anchor?
Probably, maybe the chimney. There, you can tie around one of the smokestacks.
All right, let's try that. And Lillison is going to have her mage hand take the grappling hook and send it as far upwards as she can.
All right, I would say it's at what 30-foot range.
Mage hand is 30 feet, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, I would say that the chimney's around 40 feet up.
All right.
It is a
Is it-
3-story mansion.
Is it possible to cast Distant Mage Hand?
What's the exact text of Distant Spell and what's the exact text of Mage Hand?
All right, exact text of Mage Hand is
Let's get some rules lawyering, kids.
a spectral floating hand appears at a point you choose within range. The hand lasts for the duration or until you dismiss it as an action. The hand vanishes if it is ever more than 30 feet away from you or if you cast the spell again.
Yes. Sorry, I'm looking at the wording for Distant Spell. When you cast a
Yeah.
spell with a range of 5 feet or greater, you can spend one source point to double the range. Yeah, you can do that here.
Okay. This is the stupidest cast of Distant Spell ever.
It's value.
Yeah, the...
Although she would become visible. Her invisibility would go out.
Yes.
Would it?
Yes,
If
you cast a spell.
yes.
It's fine. I have a backup plan, but yeah.
Okay, wait, did I become visible when I cast Mage Hand?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Lillison looks down at herself and says, "Oh. Well, I suppose we'll have to be stealthier about this than I expected."
You hear Earthrendir murmur.
I'm going to
And-
assume, for the sake of sympathy, that you were standing close to the wall and not in view of the window at this time.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You hear Earthrendir murmur, and then you are invisible again as he casts invisibility at 3rd level to hit both of them.
All right, Amity, you feel your spell wink out.
On both targets? Okay.
But you know that Earthrendir knows invisibility, so...
Okay.
Right.
While Earthrendir is casting that, Lillison is going to very quickly, trying to squeeze this in beforehand, cast Distant Mage Hand.
Okay.
Amity will mention to her companions that the friends are no longer invisible. I hope they're doing okay, and it's because they're like talking to someone, not because they're, fighting.
Yeah, that's is one way to hope for. What are we doing now with the rest of the day?
Well, we did say we would check back in with them if a certain amount of time passed before we saw them, so my only thought is to maybe go back to the inn and have a drink and wait patiently for things to go well.
That's a capital idea.
She gives Metreon a smile and decides to just head back to the inn.
You coming with, Emily?
Yeah, it turns out I do actually have one more sending today, but yeah, I think let's go back to the inn. I can use that later.
Fantastic. Izzy, Arena, if you will.
They followed with the rest of you and follow your lead back to the Blue Water Inn.
And as we're going, I want to look around and see if I see anything extra out of the ordinary.
All right, make a perception check for me.
That's a big old 7.
Nothing especially strange. The street seems fairly deserted as before, save for the small crowd gathered around the speaker, who by now has begun speaking again, delivering a similar cadence of the same thundering condemnation of the Baron that you heard from the other speaker upon entering the town. But other than that, nothing untoward or especially unusual.
Okay.
Okay. And as you make your way back to the Blue Water Inn, at Earthrendir, you watch as Lillison casts her spell, the Mage Hand grasping the grappling hook.
All right, Lillison is going to send the grappling hook as far up as she can. Hopefully, this time being able to find some sort of chink in the chimney to wedge it into.
Yes, I would say that's certainly doable. Just as a small note, as you're doing this, the chimney is around the center of the mansion, a little bit to the south side, and the closest window is around 15, 20 feet away from it. Just so you're aware.
Okay.
We could do some acrobatics.
Horizontal.
It'll be fun.
Okay. So you take around 10, 15 seconds feeling for a place to get a solid grip with a grappling hook, and then you feel it slide in and lock in. You shake it a few times quietly and feel it stick in place. You feel fairly confident that it won't be moving again until you release it.
Okay, Lillison gives the rope one last little tug, and then tries to, scale the side of the building as stealthily as possible.
Earthrendir taps her on the shoulder. Maybe let me go first. I think I know I might be able to swing over and perch myself on the windowsill so I could help you. I'm pretty good at this sort of thing.
Oh, interesting. Yes, go right ahead.
All right. And yeah, he will climb the rope and then, with surprising dexterity, and then when he gets to the top, he's going to gently, swing the rope to try and get enough momentum to sort of land himself cat-like on the windowsill of the third level.
Okay. Well, as you're making your way up, I will need you to make a stealth check, please.
Yes, sir. Wait, advantage. 22.
All right, where does the advantage come from?
Invisibility.
This is not a sight-based check.
Then
this
still
is sound-based.
Then still 22.
All right. Well, regardless, silent as a cat burglar, you creep your way up to the third floor level of the manor, the grappling hook well in hand. You can see that the closest window is a good 15 feet away from you.
Okay. He's going to use the momentum of the rope to swing back and forth a little to try and get himself to be able to land on the third floor windowsill.
Okay. It is not exceptionally... you can see by the image, it's not exceptionally easy. This will be an acrobatics check. I'm going to need you to make an athletics check. An acrobatics check and a stealth check. Acrobatics first, please.
Gotcha. 19.
All right. You swing back and forth a few times, and then pushing off the side, propel yourself around to the window just in time to press up against it. I will need a stealth check, please.
Going to use that bardic inspiration.
All right, by all means.
Ooh.
Jesus Christ, that's an 8.
Okay. You make your way toward the window just in time, but fail to avoid it quickly enough. Your leg sticking out quite too far. And as you try to twist out of the way, the side of your hip slams against the wooden shutters outside of the window. You hear the wooden slats clattering and trembling, and you feel your hip slightly sore at the side as your left hand grasps onto the beams where you impacted, your right hand still grasping the rope. You're just barely able to cling onto the exterior of the window, but there's not really a ledge as such that you can hold on to, so for now you're stuck here.
Okay.
And as you do, Lillison,
Yes.
you hear, you see the man at the window glance nervously outside again, and then a few moments later you hear footsteps approaching the door.
Okay. Lillison is going to duck to one side, and she's going to have her mage hand very quickly take the rope and bring it up as far as possible. Just, trying to tuck it out of sight from the ground floor.
Okay.
Ideally, ideally, both the hand and the rope are gonna hang out by Earthrendir for a while.
Gotcha. All right, I'd say that's easy enough to do. Pulling the rope away, and as you do, you step away from the door. A few moments pass before it opens. You see a cook wearing a white apron over a black smock, kind of pale, sunken skin, very thin frame, peer trembling slightly through a crack in the door. You see what seems to be a slightly blunt carving knife in his left hand, though his fingers are shaking. He slowly peers to the back, out around the gardens, then exhales and slowly closes the door.
He did not open the door like nearly wide enough for anybody to get in through, right?
No, he did not. He just kind of peered through it.
Okay. Lillison's going to take a few moments just trying to stay as still as possible even after he closes the door again before she re-lowers the rope.
Okay. Earthrendir, you are still dangling from the rope with your two left fingers kind of hooked in the slats of the shutter, and they are beginning to ache.
Okay. So, could he... So, to be clear, the shutter's on the outside, right? So he'd
Correct.
have to, like, open them to get in through this window?
I mean, there's like... there's like one shutter closed and the other one is kind of dangling halfway.
Okay. He's going to try and see if he can wedge the window open enough to get a better grip.
The window appears to be closed and locked.
Fuck. Alright. In that case, he's going to, like, sort of keep the rope anchored where it is with his body very precariously and sort of hiss to Lillison, hey, if you're going to climb, now would be the time.
Okay. Lillison is going to try to stealthily make her way up.
I will say that right now, from what you can see before you do, again, the rope is not directly below the windowsill, and there's not a ledge for Earthrendir to sit on. He is holding himself in place by the strength of several fingers.
Okay, never mind. I can probably not support Lillison's weight.
Probably not.
Okay, he's going to admit defeat and let the window go and just kind of cling to the rope. Hey, it's locked. I don't think we... Actually, is the lock on the inside?
It does appear to be on the inside, yes.
I think this plan's moot. I don't think we can get in anyway. Unless you can open the window from the inside without giving up your invisibility.
That is the rub, isn't it?
I mean, do you still have your mage hand up? Oh, wait, no.
I do. I don't think you can, like...
But you can't, like, phase through objects.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we're gonna have to go in another way.
Do any of the other windows look like they might be within reachable range, even if it's not, like, the topmost one?
As you surveil the space, Earthrendir, you hear footsteps approaching from the other side of the window.
Oh. Like on the third floor?
From the third floor. Just peering into the shutter, you see the door slowly creak open, and you see a very pale, slightly anxious Victor Vallaki peer through the door into the chamber.
Earthrendir is going to keep his voice low but sibilant and hiss. Hey, it's your heraldry tutor.
You watch as he immediately startles, glancing toward the window. He takes a step forward, but holds back for a second, looking at the apparent empty space before him.
Invisible, and fingers are slipping, so would you mind terribly letting me in? We're here to help. You
watch as he kind of glances nervously through the glass. Give me a persuasion check, please.
All right. 25.
Jesus Christ, you roll every high persuasion check with this kid.
I'm a bard!
Victor, moving almost automatically, steps forward and begins working the lock on the old window. You can hear it's kind of rusted, so it kind of squeaks and groans as he pushes the small lever open and begins pushing the window. You feel a bit of warmish, stale air rush out, and you hear his voice. Remember, is that you? You're really there?
Yeah, it's me. I've brought a friend too.
He just kind of steps back uncertainly.
She's trustworthy, I promise. And I'm here to help.
Right. Well,
Tell you what, I'll meet you in your chamber in a minute. I'm gonna help her get inside.
fine. Just make sure you knock, okay?
Yep, of course.
I'll come get you.
Thank you.
He nods about a foot and a half away from the left side of your head and closes the door.
Favorite running gag. Okay. Earthrendir will clamber in the window now that it's been opened. And then we'll kind of shake the rope a little, as if to say to Lillison, come on up.
Okay. Lillison, seeing that they have not worked out a method of rope speaking, he's just... Oh, dang, she can't cast message, can she? Because she's going to be in...
Nope.
All right.
No, but the window did just ostentatiously open.
Yeah.
Well,
She's just gonna like wait a couple more seconds, see if anything like terrible's gonna happen, and then she's gonna start climbing.
Mm-hmm. I would say that, at some point, if Earthrendir climbed through the window, you would see the rope go loose.
Yeah,
And you'd probably
okay.
see one of the shutters swaying very faintly. With your passive perception, it's pretty easy to make the inference.
Okay, yeah, she's going to climb as stealthily as possible.
Okay. I would say give me a acrobatics check if you'd like to try to swing your way over to the window from the chimney.
Earthrendir is going to lean out the window to try and catch her.
All right, do it with advantage, then give me a stealth check with advantage.
All right, here's the acrobatics with advantage. That is an 8.
Oof.
All right. Your first try doesn't work. Your second doesn't either. The third time, you actually kind of like falling back, slam against the side of the chimney, and you feel some like brick dust going down the back of your neck. If you'd like, you could try again.
Yeah, gonna, she almost curses and then catches herself at the last moment and just grits her teeth and tries again.
Okay.
That is a 20.
All right, now give me a stealth check with advantage, please. As the window is open and everything you.
That is a double 23.
Okay, with that, summoning up your determination and mustering up some of your frustration at the immediate failure, you focus all of your energy on making a single graceful leap, curving in a parabolic curve around the air beyond the third floor of the attic, and perching gracefully on the windowsill.
Okay. Lillison is going to take a moment to try to coil up the rope as unobtrusively as possible so that somebody from the outside won't easily see it. She's going to leave the grappling hook in the chimney for now, and she's going to slip in.
Okay.
All right. With that, you step inside into the manor, into the dark, dimly lit space. You can see, now that you're standing here, this dusty 20-foot square room. You can see the high-pitched ceiling 20 feet above and the cobwebs shrouding the wooden rafters. You see very faint shadows flickering from an old lantern sitting on a table, the candle almost burned down to the last of its wick, and a half-open door leading to a dusty chamber beyond.
You hear Earthrendir murmur, hey, two things. One, do not touch that door. Wait for him to come. There's a booby. It's booby trapped.
Ah.
Yeah,
Okay.
nasty business. Two, I'm gonna cast a spell on both of us if it's okay.
What spell is it?
It's Eagle Splendor. It'll help us be as persuasive as we can be.
I don't object, but you think it will be necessary?
I do.
All right.
Okay. You hear him the invisibility drop, and then he murmurs, "Once upon a time, there was a queen who needed to get a message out to her people, but her messengers were laughed away. And so the queen enlisted the help of the eagle, whose feathers were so bright and beak was so cruel that all of those who heard him could not help but listen. And he is going to cast Enhance Ability on both of them."
Okay. As he reaches the end of the tale, Lillison, you and Earthendir feel a shiver of energy down your spines, and as you watch, each of you, starting from just beneath the right eye and going down the cheek toward the chin, you see a rush of unfolding black feathers, almost like a crow's or a raven's, that burst from the skin, folding for a moment over themselves downward, rustling in a faint, distant breeze, and then vanishing once more into the flesh. You feel a warmth in your heart, at your tongue, and you feel a sense of confidence and strength suffuse your posture.
Lillison slowly smiles and says, "It is very useful to have an eagle like that as a friend."
Earthendir smiles as well, a bit uncertainly, like he's not used to that kind of compliment. "Yeah. Well then, eagle to eagle. Let's knock him dead." And he's going to give her a die of Bardic Inspiration, and then step forward and knock on the door frame.
All right, so from your memory, you make your way through the attic storage out of this first chamber, past the old forgotten things, the white sheets, the barrels and trunks and old furnishings, pressing through the cobwebs and dust and following Victor's familiar footpath. Lillison, you see for the first time the large skull carved into the door at the opposite end, from which hangs a sign that reads, in all capital letters, "All is not well." Earthendir, you lift your hand and rap on the door 3 times with your knuckles. A few moments pass before you hear footsteps making their way across the floor on the other side, and the door opens. Victor peering out, and then his shoulders relaxing slightly when he sees you there in the flesh and blood. Good. So it's not actually just ghosts or anything. That's good to know.
Very much alive, and I'm glad to see you are as well.
Right, well, get in here quickly.
Of course.
He leads you inside. You can see the dusty lamplit chamber beyond, filled with old, mismatched furniture, tables strewn with parchment, several of which bear strange diagrams in the bookshelf, upon which you see a collection of bones. You can see 2 skeletal cats lounging on the bookshelf, a dusty half rug, half pulled back in the corner, beyond which you see the etched sigils of a teleportation circle. Victor makes his way around the central table, perching himself upon a stool, where he very gently pushing a 3rd skeletal cat lounging from it off onto the desk. You watch as he pushes aside a leather-bound book from the table and casts a nervous glance over his shoulder at the drape-covered window before fixing his dark gaze back upon you. Right. Well, I would say you owe me answers.
Quite a few, and I intend to give them, but first
Good.
things first.
Who the hell are you, and what do you want?
First things first. This is...
No, you break into my family's house twice. I just hid you from my father for a 2nd time. You tell me what the hell you're doing and why the hell you're here.
Fine. He takes a deep breath. My name's Earthendir Ariel. I've been trapped in this land by the vampire Strahd. He's been pursuing me and my friends for the sake of his own sick amusement. And what I'm doing here at the moment, what I was doing last time, was trying to help break a good friend of mine who had been kidnapped by Isaac. What I'm doing here now is to try and make sure you stay alive.
You see his eyes narrow slightly at that. And who the hell is she?
Lillison has not really spoken. Her posture has changed since the moment the door opened. She is carrying herself with an almost like offensive amount of dignity and self-assurance, and is lounging against a wall like in an almost impudent way.
That is Lillison. She's one of my traveling companions. I thought it would be best to bring her, both because she's a lot better at this sort of stealth / breaking into your house thing than I am, and because I trust her.
Right. So, breaking into my house, which is again the thing that you're doing right now. What do you mean I'm in danger?
You've seen what's happening outside, of course.
A bunch of rabble rousing around the streets. Yes, I've seen what's going on.
Then you have to know that there's not much time before things boil over.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I've had a great degree of experience with revolutions and with changes in government, especially violent ones. There's something coming, and soon. It's not just rabble. There's people preaching on the street corners. There's folks making plans. There's going to be something attempting to unseat your father from power, and soon.
You watch as he kind of winces, and as he does, Lillison, you see under the table where his left hand is, he appears to have been holding a wand pointed in between the two of you for the past several seconds. But as he jerks back wincing, you watch as he kind of tucks it back in his sleeve. That's impossible. Father's wrong about a lot of things, but he said the rabble are going to quiet down. This is just a bit of a flare-up. Look, I didn't do anything. There's nothing. You're just. Look, if some outsider wants to be scared of shadows jumping off the walls, you're welcome to do that. But
Victor,
I don't see why you want to.
Victor,
What?
I, formerly Lady Lillison of the House Darksea, would like to ask you a question. With all of your magic, which, believe me, I know what it is like to be in your position, but when the house starts burning down around you, what in your magic will help you with that? When you escape from your burning house, perhaps by yourself, you can perhaps maze the mind of the first 1 or 2 people you come across. What of the other 50 between you and freedom?
Make a persuasion check, and I believe you could do this with advantage.
Yes.
27.
Victor continues to be the single most persuadable person in the goddamn campaign. Victor actually kind of like rolls back on his stool, almost like he's been punched. He sucks in a breath. By the gods, you actually believe this, don't you? You actually think they're going to in here?
This is not the first time that I have had to do something like this. I would not have you go through what I had to, and I believe that, well, leaving now, even if it turns out to be an excess of caution, will save you a great many potential steps in the future. You don't need to waste your magic doing something that can be solved with a little bit of foresight.
At this, you hear the crowd from outside grow slightly in volume. You hear several jeers and shouts reach the window. Victor shudders and draws into himself, barely daring to glance behind him. But I can't leave. My circle is here. All of my work is here. How do we make them go away? How do we make them stop?
You don't.
We have to. There are things you can do to make people listen to you. You say you know so much. Why can't you do something about it?
Victor Earthendeer steps closer, like sort of, but still keeping his body language very open, non-threatening. The most powerful bard I knew, a man who could shift planes and bring back the dead, a man of incredible power who I wish to be like every day. He could not stop this. I know, because he tried to. Not something like it. You can suggest, you can confuse, and if you want to be absolutely brutal, I'm sure you could throw down a fireball or a cone of cold and disperse that crowd. But it's not like... There's not a set number of enemies you can defeat until everyone will be okay. That's not how it works. The enemies, in this case, is the city of Vallaki. Unless you can bring everyone in the town to see your point of view, then it's not going to help. You're just going to be killing people and hurting them and putting off the inevitable. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
You can see that by now his hands are shaking slightly and he's not meeting your gazes. But what do I do? All of my work is here. Where would I go?
Earthendeer exchanges a brief glance with Lillison. I have a few suggestions if you'd like to hear them.
We cannot bring the circle, of course, but some of your work, some of your books, we can take with us. And yes, Earthendeer is correct. There is a very, very defined limit as to how far magic can go in terms of making a great number of people see your point. It is better and more efficient to save that power to use as revenge.
Earthendeer shoots her a look and then remembers what she said earlier.
Victor's gaze shoots back up to yours. Revenge? What do you mean? Is there someone doing this?
I suspect there might be.
Who? Who do you suspect? Maybe we can stop them.
By now, I don't think that would be a good idea. You must know that once a movement gets to a certain point, taking out their leader only inflames the rest of their followers further.
Make another persuasion check for me.
Do I get advantage on this one?
Yep,
You do.
enhance
You still
ability.
have Eagle Splendor.
28!
Jesus Christ!
He cringes back. So there's nothing I could do then. But I still don't know, where would I go?
What you can do is take what matters to you. You didn't want to stay here anyway, did you? You were trying to leave. Take what matters to you the most and leave with us.
Wait, I have another solution. We're constantly under threat of vampire. I think I have somewhere a bit safer. There's a man named Casimir, an elf, who lives at the Vistani encampment. near Vallaki. It's not too much of a walk. If you can go to him and tell
You want
him...
me to live with the Vistani?
No!
They serve the devil. Everyone knows that.
No, I do not. There's a group of elves there who know the Vistani, but are not part of them. They are people there. There's a man there whom you can talk to. From there, either you can stay with him, or you can work something out to where he lets you stay for long enough until you have another plan. There's options. There's the town of Kresk might take your nobility. They would probably feel obligated to take you, and that is where possibly a little bit of magic used as a lever might help as well. But I'd say for now your best bet would be the Dusk Elves. If you tell them that I sent you and that this would be a favor to me, then you'd be safe.
He licks his lips, still looking a bit pale and shaky. And he casts a glance somewhat desperately toward the dusty rug in the corner. But my circle, if I leave it, I'll never get out of here.
If you don't leave it, you might never get out of this house again.
As you say that, below you, you hear the doors. You hear a pair of heavy doors opening with a thud from 2 floors below.
Lillison is going to lean in, try to be as charismatic as possible, and cast Subtle Suggestion. Victor,
Okay.
trust us, come with us. You cannot stay here. We want to keep you safe. You are too important to die here.
All right, he's going to make a wisdom saving throw. 19.
Dang it. Okay.
You feel the spell begin to take hold for a heartbeat, and then it falls apart as Victor shakes his head. No. I need some time to think, all right? Some time to look over my things. I can do what I need to stay safe, but I just need a bit of time. And at this point, Erthrendir, you hear from outside the window the familiar voice of Baron Volakovich, as you hear the jeering of the crowd slowly begin to quiet.
Oh no.
Our guess is you have 30 seconds to think. Erthrendir, shall we go back and secure the rope?
Yeah. Wait, you go ahead. I'll be there in a moment.
All right.
She nods and turns.
As you do, what would you like to say to Victor?
Victor, I know, all right? I get it. I had to do what you're about to have to do, and it was the worst experience of my life. I do not expect it to be easy. I do not expect it to be happy. It will hurt. But the alternative is there not being a Victor Volakovich anymore. It's not something you can outwit. It's not something you can outfox. There's just not going to be anywhere to go. I'm sorry, but please.
He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. And as he does, Kiva, you and the others make your way back to the Blue Water Inn. There you find Cobal still watching Esmeralda's wagon. This time Danica greeting you at the tap room within. Each of you are able to take your places around the bar and grab a few drinks, begin speaking in low conversation for a few minutes. However, a short time after you return to the inn, Kiva, you're the first to hear footsteps approaching swiftly from outside. and the door opens. And stepping through, slightly out of breath, is Esmeralda.
What? Are you okay?
What is it, love?
I'm fine. I think it might be best if all of you come with me back to the manor. Things are getting a bit heated down there. I don't know how to go out.
All right. Yeah. Can one of you make her invisible? And I point to Kiva. Or do you want to just put your cloak up? Think that's going to be safe?
I'll just put my cloak up. I'll just put my cloak up. Irina and Ismark, you stay here, okay? Keep an eye on the Marchkovs.
They nod. Ismark says, right, we'll do that.
Okay. She'll draw her scimitar and put her cloak up and follow Ez, I guess.
All right. You follow Esmeralda through the streets of Vallaki. She's now moving at a brisk pace, but as you watch, she actually picks up into something almost resembling a jog. It's not before long before the group of you comes out into the same view of the manor as before, the old slouching gray stone mansion that towers above the rest of the street. You can see the creaking wooden beams groaning and the crowd clustered outside of the front of it. Though as you do, you see that the front doors of the manor have been opened and the crowd around it has quieted slightly, though you hear tense and anxious murmurings. Esmeralda quietly points a finger up toward the attic. That's where Aslandia and Listen went. Keep an eye on it, all right? If anything goes wrong, we might need to help.
Well, all right.
Yeah,
I mean,
can Kiva hear, like, what's going on? Like,
yes, you can actually see.
Saying?
As you step closer and look away from where Esmeralda's pointing, down to the double doors that open out into the street. You can see they're now hanging open, revealing the view of the familiar foyer where you and Isak did battle just a few nights past. You can see the familiar hulking, greasy figure of Baron Vallaki, though from here you can see his eyes look dark and bloodshot, his hair unkempt, his cloak rumpled and slightly worn. There's a slight crazed look to his eyes as he throws his arms up into the air, his booming voice echoing out over the dozens of Vallakians that stand before him. My friends, since the days of Baron Boris Vallaki, my esteemed ancestor, Vallaki has been the greatest settlement in Barovia. You and I know that the royal Vallakoviches conquered the Barovian valley for your benefit, for the Wallachians of ages to come. Now I have kept you safe. I have promoted happiness and good humors. As is my duty, but it is your duty to listen. For I will not abide disobedience or malicious unhappiness. This you know, as well you should. You hear a slight disturbed murmur go through the crowd. You are confused, I see this, and I am willing to forgive you if you return to your homes and to your work. Go, and the Baron shall pardon your insolence today.
Metron leans in and whispers over to Kiva, what are you going to do? Send his dog after him? Oh, wait.
Kiva looks around. Are there people other than Metron next to her, like other Vallakians?
Right now you're standing a bit away from the crowd. And as to Metron's answer, you actually do see Vallaki standing by the front of the door. You see, now that you look at either side of him, you do see his two black mastiffs, as well as three Vallakian guards lined up behind him.
Does the crowd seem at all persuaded by this speech?
I would say, give me an insight check.
I was saying no whammies in my head and I got a 7, so.
You don't manage to glean anything in particular from the townsfolk's faces, but you do notice a ruffle of discontent and murmuring through the crowd. You watch as the Baron's face turns into a dark, dark scowl. So, the ungrateful and insidious forces within my town show their faces. All of you should be ashamed for the corruption you have wrought on the legacies of your ancestors. Your disobedience, your heresies have empowered the devil Strahd within our very walls. What have you to say for yourselves? You hear one member of the crowd begin to jeer in response. Another murmur going up, and the townsfolk, almost like a current, a flex of tension go through the crowd, releasing for a moment, then tensing again. You hear in one voice shout up, "We've done nothing! Only your mad, corrupt family has done this! You've brought this down on all of us!" The Baron's eyes flash toward the speaker. "You dare accuse me? The outsiders and the darkness they brought here are responsible for this, and your failure to evict them from our walls. I did my part. But for your failures, for your maliciousness," and the boos and jeers begin to rise through the crowd, threatening to drown out his voice. "You dare! Spies among all of you! Spies of the Devil Strahd! You are enemies of this town! Spies of Ravenloft!" The jeering rises further, and at that you watch as a small object goes flying through the air, smashing against the side of the Baron's robe. He staggers back with horror on his face. You watch it slowly sliding down from the chest of his breastplate. A pale, grayish-purple rotten turnip that slowly slides down the length of the metal, leaving a grayish, disgusting stream of fluid in its wake. You watch as the Baron's eyes flash, and actually from this distance you can imagine the spittle flying from his lips. "Who threw that? Who dares?" His eyes flash out from amongst the crowd. "You will be collected! You will be thrown in the stocks!"
Can Kiva make her way next to the person that threw it and try to just, stand in between?
Make a perception check to see who threw it, because it's somewhat difficult to glean where it came from.
16.
16. You actually do see the figure, a young woman, quickly tuck her hand in her cloak and take a step back behind a taller man before her, looking pale and ashen-faced. The Baron's eyes continue to search in vain across the crowd.
Yeah, Kiva will make her way over to that woman and just as sneakily as possible just say, Go and make sure that your family is safe.
The woman that you stand next to offers you a frightened glance and immediately begins stepping backward. However, as she does, you watch as the Baron continues to glance over the crowd. "I will not abide these dissidents! This rebellion!" And then another object goes flying through the air, and you see him barely duck and dodge as what seems to be a rotten carrot splats against the side of the open door behind him. The jeering around you continues to rise as the crowd kind of rustles like an unsettled canopy of leaves awaiting a storm, for a moment for lightning to strike. The Baron whirls around the crowd and then glances back at his guards, shoving his fist toward the crowd. "That's it. Arrest all these dissidents. They will be purged. They will be taught the lessons of their crimes." You watch as the guards hang back, their faces paled. You can see that actually the spears that they're holding seem to be trembling very faintly. Upstairs, Erthrendir, you hear the voices outside beginning to rise. You hear the Baron's booming voice. You hear the word traitor echo beyond the glass.
What does Victor look like right now?
He is kind of shrunken in on himself. You see he's picked up his spellbook and is just clutching to his chest and looking at the curtain-covered window with wide eyes.
Please. This is your chance before you have to kill and fight and run forever. I don't want that. You don't deserve that.
Make a persuasion check.
$20.
Victor swallows and then slowly begins to step off of the stool. Right. Let's go.
Okay, wait. You have 30 seconds. Grab anything that you would cry to see lost, or that you would like to be able to see any kids you have, to show any kids you have. Get that now.
He immediately begins going through the room, scooping up parchment, shoving them in his pockets. He shoves his spell book clumsily into the side of him, and then realizing it's out of the pocket, you watch as he kind of fiddles in the corner, looking for a cloak of some kind. He pulls out what seems to be like a half-finished robe that only goes over the side of part of his body, the rest of it having been untailored. But you watch as he like kind of struggling, tries to like slide the tome into a slight pouch that's been clumsily sewed onto the interior of the robe.
For God's sake, anything else, I'll grab it. What do you need?
And he begins directing you to pick up a few items from the shelves and from the sides of the room. And as he does, downstairs, Kiva, Amity, and Metreon, as the Baron's voice rises, "Traitors! All of you! Traitors! You'll be arrested! You'll be purged! You'll be..." And then you hear a crash of shattering glass as you see a dark object going hurtling through the air and slamming through the front left window of the first floor of the mansion.
Metreon turns to Amity, seeing now that Kiva's nowhere to be found as she's kind of moved into the crowd. Can you tell them to get out of here? Randy and Liz, and can you tell them to hurry up, maybe?
But we've got to get in there and find the dress. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, I mean, but could you tell them to do that and then get the fuck out as soon as possible?
As you consider this,
you
watch as the Baron steps forward, his eyes bulging, the dogs at his sides growling. He immediately juts his finger toward a pale-faced young man who's standing with fists clenched at the front of the crowd. And you think you see that that's the place where the rock came from. As the Baron's voice rings out, "Enough! Reaper! Brute! Take him!" You hear a snarl as the dogs leap forward, tearing toward
Kiva's
the man.
gonna rip off her hood and... Yeah, Kiva's gonna rip off her hood and try to intervene.
All right, I'm gonna need you to make a dexterity check for me.
That's a dirty 20.
All right. You act first as the dogs spring forward. You slide nimbly through the crowd, your hand going to the scimitar at your side if you would wish, and you're able to stand right in front of the man.
Yeah,
What do you do?
if this isn't she's going to try to attack the dogs.
All right, make an attack roll with the scimitar.
Uh, 20 to hit.
That will certainly hit. Roll some damage.
8 slashing damage.
All right. Do you mean for this to be lethal or non-lethal?
I mean, she's not raging, so it's going to be non-lethal, but trying to get the dogs to not attack this man or anyone else.
All right. The scimitar slams through the air, the flat side of the blade smashing against the side of the dog's body and sending it crashing to the ground. The other one comes up short, its eyes wide, drooling onto the earth. As the young man behind you shrinks back, the Baron's eyes bulge. How dare you? Kill them! Kill them! He juts a hand toward you as the guards exchange glances, fearful looks. One of them begins to step forward.
Don't do this. This is not a fight that you're going to win.
The Baron steps back. That voice, it can't be.
Let these people go. You've lost. It's over.
The Baron glances out around the crowd. You see darkness and rage and impotence raging behind his eyes. And then, behind you, as the Baron takes a half step back, you hear the young man's voice, who you defended, rise up behind you. He's trying to kill us! He's trying to kill all of us! Take him before he can! You watch as 3 figures dart forth from the crowd, and behind them, several others begin flooding forth in their wake toward the front steps leading toward the door.
Are there people directly guarding the door? Amity wants to run for the door. She wants to get in.
You watch as the Baron's eyes widen and immediately flees into the door as the mob of people surges toward the entryway.
Metron looks over at Esmeralda. What are we doing?
We need to get them out of there.
Right. Fucking hell. Is there did you see like a back entrance or something?
Yes, the Zenith around the back. I see that's where they went in. Follow me, quickly.
All right. And he'll take her hand and follow her.
All right. Kiva and Amity, what are you doing?
Amity is getting in because she wants to be at the front of this mob.
All right.
Yeah, Kiva's going to try to stay abreast of it as well. At least try to go after the Burgomaster directly.
I would say both of you make your choice of strength or dexterity checks. Kiva with advantage because she's toward the front of the crowd.
22 for both.
19.
All right. Kiva first, with the first group of them, you see several Vallakians before you push up to the guards, struggling with them as they do their best to keep you behind. You watch as one of them steps into the corridor and struggles to push the door shut. But Kiva, you're there in a second. If you'd like, you can try to push through.
Hell yeah, she's going to go for it.
All right, go for it.
Is that a strength?
That would be a strength check, yes. Or actually, this would be athletics.
That's a 4.
The guard rolled a natural 1. So you stumble staggering for a moment as someone next to you slams into the side. And then you hear a grunt from the other side as you slam forward on the door with your misbalanced weight, pushing it open and catching yourself cleanly as you whirl through the entrance. You see Amity 3 heads behind, following you in as several other Vallakians push into the entryway of the foyer. Upstairs, Erthrindir.
Does she have... go ahead.
Erthrindir, you're halfway through shoving things into your pack as Victor glances frantically around the room as you hear a shout go up from the crowd outside. You hear the doors slam open. You hear many footsteps begin to thud on the floor below.
Erthrindir grabs Victor's hand. All right, out of time, now.
Victor lets out a startled grunt as you pull him, but doesn't resist as you yank him away. Lillison, are you by the back window?
I am. By now, she has recast Distant Mage Hand and has gotten the rope already.
All right. I mean, if you want, you can just hang it from the windowsill.
How sturdy does the windowsill look? I'm somewhat concerned about the grappling hook situation.
It's reasonably sturdy. I mean, it's an old building, but it doesn't look structurally unsound.
Okay, no Distant Mage Hand. Just getting the rope ready.
Okay. As you do, Kiva, you flood into the room, or the front entryway of the building. From here, from what you can see the portraits on the walls of the Vallaki clan. You can see the one door half open, leading into what you recall to be the parlor. A long hallway leading down. To the right, you can see the place where the first flight of stairs once sat, but now completely empty. Even the jagged, splintered segments of wood having been cleared away, and just leaving a gaping vacuum in the place where the flight once was. And toward the end of the hall, frantically trying to open the door leading toward the rear of the mansion, you see Baron Vallaki, eyes wide, glancing back toward you with fear and impotent rage in his eyes.
Can Kiva briefly try to yell something to Amity?
You can.
She's gonna yell, "Find the dress." In all of this chaos, it must be easier.
I know. I know.
Okay, great,
I'll
awesome.
this.
All right, Kiva's gonna go after the Baron then.
Okay. As you pursue the Baron, Amity, you follow up behind Kiva. Kiva, you watch as the Baron vanishes behind a door and begins and slams it shut behind him. Your feet thudding past him as you pass your way past several doors. You can see just faintly as you pass beneath through the main foyer. You can see a woman's pale, terrified face glancing over the side for a moment, and then vanishing back over the edge as you recognize the maid who greeted you the first night. You continue rushing forward, passing your way through the closed door at the end, and hauling it open. You can see in here a cook wearing a white apron, pushing himself back against the wall of this warm, well-appointed kitchen. You can see 3 doors leading out from this chamber, the one you just passed through and 2 on either side. You can see toward the left-hand side a staircase in one corner, climbing to the upper floor, and you see the vanishing glance of the Baron's leather boots vanishing around the corner as he ascends to the higher floor.
The staircase is still, has it been repaired, or?
This is the rear staircase.
Oh, okay, understood.
As you look around, you can also see now the door to the back is closed. But you can hear jeering voices from the other side, and you can see through one of the windows a flood of people beginning to turn around the rear side of the manor, blocking the exit from the kitchen door.
Oh, fuck.
It'll be fine.
Meanwhile,
It'll be fine.
Erthrendir, you haul Victor through the attic as he kind of dully lets himself be pulled by your arm as you haul him between the crowded passageway through the dingy and dusty space. You find Lillison waiting in the room on the other side, the grappling hook secured to the windowsill. Though through the window, you can see a flood of people beginning to pool around the southern side of the backyard gardens.
Victor,
You see several of them beginning to hammer against the back door that you saw the cook peer through the first time.
Victor, invisible now.
Victor nods briefly.
We can. I think. They don't care about
He
us.
nods, speaks a few rapid-fire words while twisting his fingers in arcane shapes and vanishes from sight.
He looks at Lillison. What's the plan?
Good question.
As you say this, you hear another shattering of glass from below. Amity, as you pass into the mansion, you begin looking around from the foyer. Which way are you headed? You know the parlor is to your left, but you've not been in here otherwise.
So I figure if it's a dress, it's going to be in a closet or like a bedroom. So Amity wants to go up. Just try to clamber up the shattered remains of the staircase.
There are no shattered remains. They've been cleared out entirely. There's
Would it be
just
possible
a
to
10-foot
jump
vertical height.
Would it be possible to jump and catch myself on the ledge and pull myself up?
That would be a high jump. What is your strength modifier?
Oh boy, my strength modifier is a +2.
Okay, you can jump 5 feet according to that. So,
And she's 6 feet tall, so
I would say you can do that. Just give me an athletics check with advantage.
Yeah, I'm going to give you an athletics check with advantage.
ooh.
Yes, because it is a bit unsteady and a bit jagged.
Oh, only a 27.
All right, you leap up and hold onto the edge, catching two of the splintered, jagged ends of wood, and slowly begin, struggling to haul yourself up and then swing your body up over the side.
Right, so I'm gonna run up the stairs and basically do a depth first search for closets, for like bedrooms with those like chests in them, or like any maids panicking who might be able to tell me something.
Okay, give me 1 moment, please, as I believe we might need a map for this.
Yeah, probably.
It's possible. Though I hope that by clambering up the staircase, I've put myself ahead of the mob and will be able to like search the places. But yeah, let's map ourselves up.
Okay. Let me just finish placing everyone down. Kiva next. Metron outside with Esmeralda.
Please give us vision as well.
I've got vision.
I do not.
Yes, Erthander and Nilison, you're at the top. Kiva, you're at the bottom with Metron, and Amity, you are in the middle. Okay.
I cannot yet see myself. I'm looking around.
You should be able to see now. Okay. So, Amity, as you clamber, leaping up to the surface and scramble over onto the first landing, you notice two things. First, you see a pale woman eyeing you with horror and fear, shrinking back against the far wall on the southern side of this upstairs gallery. And second, you hear another shattering of glass from the southern door of the parlor.
Got it. I'm just reloading. So yeah, I heard like a scream, like from someone across the hallway.
Yes, glancing across, you see the Baron's maid, who you recognize, pressed against the southern wall, looking absolutely terrified.
We'll get you out of here safely. Just, we need to find the wedding dress. Do you know where the Baron's wife's wedding dress is?
Please, don't hurt me.
We won't. I'll get you out of here safely if you just tell me where it is.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Interesting. 1 second. Only an 8.
8. She gives you a terrified look and then bolts off around the corner out of sight.
Damn it. All right, curses. Yeah, I'll just keep, running up.
All right. As you do, making your way across the gallery, you begin to smell the faint scent of smoke.
Oh. That's fine. I'll keep going.
Okay. As you make your way around the corner, you see a figure thundering up the steps on the opposite side. You see Baron Vallaki, breath heaving, mount to the top of the stairs. His eyes meet yours, and he lets out a yelp of shock and horror, and then bolts off to the left.
Cool. Do I hear Kiva coming up behind him?
You do hear more footsteps coming from below, yes. Kiva, are you following the Baron up the stairs?
Yes.
All right. Amity, you hear footsteps coming up as well, and as the Baron rounds out of sight, you hear a door slam shut, and a few moments later, Kiva mounts the top of the stairs.
All right, Amity points. He went that way, down the hallway. He slammed a door.
All right, Kiva will follow where Amity pointed and just give
Amity
her a
will
sort of
take-
look that's like, good luck.
Amity nods and takes the other path.
Okay. As she does, Erthander and Lillison, Actually, first off, what's Metreon doing? You see a mob of Vallakians now gathered up around the back door. You see it tremble and shudder, and then someone slams against it, and it cracks open with a splinter hanging half off on its hinges as the crowd begins to flood inside.
Do we see the rope that Lillison is dangling out of the window?
You do not, but Lillison, you spot Metreon and Esmeralda down in the gardens below.
Okay. Lillison is going to glance back over at Erthrindir and say, well, Metreon's here, which means everything is going splendidly. And she's going to toss the rope out of the window and say over her shoulder, I think the best way to get through this crowd is to pretend like we belong there all along. And just like swings right out the window.
All right.
Yeah.
You watch as Lillison begins sliding her way down the rope.
Erthrindir keeps his hand in Victor's. Stay close to me.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay. And remember, whatever you do, no offensive magic. You do that, everyone's dead. Especially you.
He doesn't say anything, but he just kind of squeezes your hand so tight that you feel that your knuckles are going to pop.
All right. Erthrindir is going to clamber out onto the rope and kind of do his best to look like a gallant revolutionary and not a scared as shit bard. And he's
okay. Metreon, you see Lillison descending the rope, and as you look up, you see Erthrindir swinging out of the window and begin making his way down as well as Lillison touches down.
Oh, it's a success everywhere. Metron kind of like flips his head around a bit, looking at Esmeralda, looking at them, looking at. You said that there's a crowd also forming at the back of the house, right?
Oh yes, half the crowd is now trying to shove itself inside into the kitchen. You hear jeers and shouts and cries for, revolution, for justice.
Yeah, and does it look like they're distracted by that? Like they're just kind of focused on that? They don't seem to see
You see
us?
one or two people glance toward you, but they don't seem to pay any notice at the moment. They seem to have bigger fish to fry.
Okay. Metron will kind of motion towards the rope. Let's make sure they get out. And he'll rush down to the rope and kind of like just brace himself for them to come down the rope or if anything else happens.
Okay. All right, with that, Kiva, as you mount the upper floor, you see Amity duck down one of the side corridors, and you see the Baron's shape vanishing out of sight to the left as you hear a door slam. Where are you headed?
She's going after the Baron, baby. Let's do this.
Yeah. Do it.
All right. You thunder your way down the space. You see here a 10-foot wide gallery that stretches almost the length of the mansion with breathtaking paintings of landscapes lining the walls. You see one separate narrow hallway leading away from the gallery to the north, from whence you heard the Baron's footsteps. As you step forward, glancing about, you see a door to the left, and you see two doors to the left and a door all the way at the end of the corridor.
Can she, listen, see which one, or look to see which one he might have gone into?
Make a perception check.
So sorry, my sheet is acting up. Give me 1 second. Uh, 19.
You hear a scattered bit of footsteps as well as a low, harsh voice coming from the second door to the left.
Then that's the door she picks.
All right, it is closed, and as you try to open it, you feel a force resisting you.
She is going to rage, and she's going to try to push her way through.
All right, make an athletics check.
$19.
Okay. Summoning up your strength, you slam against the door a single time. You hear a startled gasp and the weight of a body falling away as you slam the door inward. Beyond, you see enter into a room that smells of powder and fine perfume. A vanity with a mirror stands against one wall next to a faceless wooden mannequin wearing a white bridal gown. Mounted on another wall, you see a full-length mirror with a gilded frame, and a door in one corner leads to a garderobe. Another door beside it closed. You see, at the back of the room, pressed against the wall, her eyes wide and her entire body shaking, a tall, thin woman, her long black hair streaked with gray. You can see she wears a dress of deep crimson fabric whose skirts turn ash gray below her waist. She eyes you with the absolute fear of a prey that's seen a predator, wolf, or hawk, and 10 feet in front of her, greasy hair falling in clumps over his face, sweat drenching his forehead and chest. Baron Volakovich, his eyes dark and wide, panting as he struggles to recover from the recoil of the forced door.
Yeah, so she just comes in there like an avenging angel, just like scimitar in hand. Now she's raging, so it's all sort of powerful energy. She is going to look at the wedding dress and what to do first. She's going to deal with the Burgomaster first. So she's going to get right up into his face and say, you've hurt these people for decades. You are no better than Strahd. No better than the monster that you're trying to protect yourself from. I really, really want to do this myself, but I think I'll leave you to the people that you've been a tyrant over for this long. She's going to kick him down and then go about taking that wedding dress.
Okay, first make an athletics check to try to shove him prone.
Oh no,
advantage,
how the
you're
mighty
raging.
fall. Really?
Well, wait, you haven't made an attack roll. Well, this is an attack roll. Kind of. Wait, no, this doesn't count.
It's a special.
Alright.
Well, regardless, he outrolls you with a 16. He ducks aside, pressing himself against the northern door as you hear a shriek from the woman at the back. Please, don't kill me. Please.
I have no quarrel with you, ma'am. I do need that dress.
But they're coming. They're going. I don't know what they're going to do.
Then you need to run and leave your husband for them.
You hear voices coming from the stairs. You hear one shout, I think you went this way! You hear footsteps coming up the rear stairs, and you see a figure beginning to emerge from the southern corridor.
She's
woman...
taking that dress and like trying to get it in her bag as quick as possible.
All right. With that, as you do that, Amity, what are you doing?
Okay, Kiva didn't like yell that she found the dress or anything, right?
She has not yet, no.
Okay, well, Amity flings this door to the left open. It's just like a little library, right?
Yes, as you slam the door open, looking out, you see just floor-to-ceiling shelves lining every wall of a windowless room. There's an astonishing number of books there and a brass oil lamp sitting atop a large desk.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be a wedding dress immediately here, though.
Yeah, nothing in here. How about the door to the right? I guess I can... Is that open? I can see through it.
It appears to be unlocked and slightly ajar, and as you peer through, you recognize Ezek's chamber.
Oh yeah, the dress is not going to be in Ezek's room. It's not Ezek's dress.
We really hope it's not in Ezek's room.
All right. As your footsteps thud up the space, you glance into the next room, and you see a handsomely appointed room containing a canopied bed, a low bookshelf, and a full-length mirror. You said into the north wall, an arched window of leaded glass, but nothing unusual, no sign of a dress, just a simple bedroom.
Understood. Yeah, a quick look around, like no cupboards, nowhere that could be used to store one. Nothing under the bed, and then up to the topmost room, which appears to be locked.
Yes, as you try the door, you hear it shaking the lock, and you hear a man's voice say, "Please, is there someone there? You have to help me."
Who are you?
Udo Lukovic, please, if you're not with the Baron, you have to get me out of here.
Do you know where the dress is? Amity's going to try to, ram the door down with her tail?
Make a strength check.
I'm always making strength checks. 7.
7. You slam ineffectually against the door, and it shudders in its frame and fails to move. I don't know about any dress, but please, if the Baron's not looking, you have to help me get back to my family.
All right. Well, Amity's gonna shout to Kiva. How's it going, Kiva? Update. I haven't found it yet, and Amity's gonna cast guidance on herself just for that next door slam.
If Kiva thought she would yell back, she has the dress, and
Okay, Amity, you hear that echoing back.
Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah, Amity's gonna give one more try at slamming the door down with guidance.
Okay.
Total of 17.
Unfortunately, not quite high enough. It shudders in its frame, but it doesn't seem to budge. You hear a despairing moan from the man on the other side.
All right. She's going to yell into the room. Stand back! As far back as you can! And Amity's going to run down the hall back towards Kiva, but on her way out, she's going to turn back and launch the image of the big bowed wolf, like going forward and just blowing a hole through the door.
All right, it's a 10-foot radius, right?
It is, so if he's in the 5-foot square immediately behind the door, there might be problems.
Okay.
But this is centered on like the opposite wall from the door, if that makes sense.
Makes sense. Roll some damage for me.
Okay, I don't remember the layout, so I don't remember whether he gets caught in this, but let's
hopefully he'd have cover from, the door.
Mm-hmm.
This is 16 thunder damage.
Okay, 16 thunder damage. That'll do it. As a blast of thunderous force explodes from the wolf's silhouette, slamming the door into splinters, as this ringing noise echoes and tears through the space. You hear a low moaning, slightly disoriented, but nonetheless seemingly alive from the other side of the blown down door.
All right, just get out. I can't help you anymore.
Please, my hands, they're locked in.
God damn it. Curses. Kiva, do you need help? How's it going?
As you ask
I'm good.
this,
I'm good.
Kiva, you turn and you see 2 Vallakians behind you. One a gaunt man with dark eyes, one slightly squatter. He shouts, his eyes crazed. There he is! The fucking Baron! Take him!
she'll step aside and let him have him.
All right. He dives in. The Baron screams in terror as the other one steps inside. The gaunt man going for the Baron, while the squat one glances and then goes for the Baroness, who shrieks and shies toward the back of the room.
Kiva just leaves without a second thought.
All right. Kiva, as you step outside, you see Amity now exiting onto the same gallery. As you do, however, the smell of smoke is even more pungent. And Amity, as you glance toward the side of the eastern portion of the manor, you see flames beginning to lick around the edges of the chamber, burning up through the floorboards.
Wonderful. Question, did the shatter only blow the door open, or did it also blow the stone wall to the north open?
It impacted the stone wall very heavily, but doesn't seem to have done enough damage to actually blow it open.
Okay. Given that there's sort of a mob on their way, or is it just a fire on its way?
There is a fire to the east, and there appears to be more members of a mob to the west.
All right. Amity's going to point some members to the mob north and say, there's a victim, a prisoner of the Baron. Some of you, if you can save him.
You point this toward the mob, and you hear the shout saying, "We got him! We got the Baron and this fucking bitch!" And the mob spills toward that direction, though one man glances in your direction before shaking his head and going the other way. All
right, Kiva, you got the dress. Everything's good. I'm I'm gonna take a detour, just see if I can free a prisoner. I'll be fine.
Amity, no, this isn't our job. We have what we need. We need to go. Sometimes it's okay to run, and now is one of those times.
I'm not actually that scared of the fire. If you think that something worse is coming, then I'm with you.
Look, these people are going to kill everyone in this house that even looks like they might be siding with the Baron. I think we need to get clear away from here and make sure nothing happens to this dress.
Amity,
I'm not going with
towards Kiva. You think they're going to kill us? I mean, we're clearly against him. But okay, let's get out.
Yeah, she'll wait for Amity to go ahead in front and make sure that she follows her out, because, you know, if Amity gives any inclination of staying, Kiva's staying as well.
Wow, how heroic. So yeah, all right, there's a big mob coming up the staircase. Is it actually possible to get down the stairs, or is it just the situation where people are, like, you know, clogging?
There's a faint moment where it's empty. You see another 3 or 4 Vallakians come up the stairs. You see the Baron dodge into a northern room, only to be caught by others who seize him violently by the shoulders as he struggles to escape. For a moment, if you'd like to go down the stairs, you think the way is open. You see the Baron's maid pressed against the wall for a second, giving you a nervous look, and then storming down the stairs herself. But as she does, however, she gives you a look, and whispers, her eyes wide and fearful. The Baron has the key. His key. And then she vanishes down the stairs.
All right. Amity will relay this information to the mob. Like, you know, this a prisoner of the Baron, an unjust victim. Take the key. But I mean, if Kiva of all people is urging her to take the easy way out, then yeah, she's going down.
All right, I will say make a persuasion check.
For me to the mob?
Yes, from you to the mob.
Persuasion to the mob. I'm sorry.
Oops, that was perception. It's an 11.
All right. You think you see someone here at one head perks toward you. You can't tell if they're immediately going to act on it, but it seems the information was received.
I'll assume that Udo will be fine at the end of the campaign and go down the stairs.
All right. Kiva, you and Amity make your way down the stairs. You can see the kitchen below. Metron, Erthandir, and Lillison, you see the family's cook slam his way out through the door and dive in between the garden rows, glancing fearfully at the mob, who thankfully seem to have no eyes for him. Kiva and Amity, you're able to make your way downstairs into the kitchen. You can smell the burning of smoke, hear the crackling of flames from the manor behind you.
Yeah, can they get out following the same way that the cook did?
You can, yes. The door is hanging half open, and as you rush outside to the chill Vallakian air, you see small swirls of mist, several members of the Vallakian mob still swirling around the outside of the estate, looking up at the building. And to your right, you can see the remainder of your party. Erthandir, Lilith, and Metron, you see Kiva and Amity burst out of the door.
Okay, are we fully down the rope and extricated now?
You are. You're at the base now in the gardens.
Let's crack on then. Let's go. And Metron's already going to start running.
Lillison's going to look around and just like say, Victor.
I've got
I'm
him.
here. Let's go.
All right, be quiet.
Yeah. Victor, how long does your spell last?
Just a minute. It's about to go up.
Okay. Erthandir is going to pull him to the side of the house where there's a bit of mob, sort of where he's got a bit of cover, and cast regular invisibility on him.
All right.
Let's also, before we forget, let's also retrieve the rope and grappling hook.
You can do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that going to be another distant mage hand?
Does it have to be distant this time?
It's just from the windowsill, isn't it?
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I would say you can do it with a normal mage hand.
Yeah. So,
All right.
retrieved.
Okay, a few members of the mob spare you odd glances, but you watch as people begin to exit the manor. As you begin, are all of you fleeing together away from the estate?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hell yeah.
As
As you do,
Betron's
you
leaving
can-
too, he'll pick up a rock and just throw it through one of the bottom floor windows. Solidarity.
It crashes through, splintering the glass into the inside of the mansion. And as it does, you hear cries echoing through it. You hear one man saying, "We got him! We got the fuckers!" And then from another side, you hear a shriek of, "Fire! There's fire! My god, it's going to burn down!" You see large tongues of flame beginning to lick up from the eastern side of the building, starting to curl as smoke billows up from the top of the mansion as the inferno begins to spread across the old wooden beams of the neglected structure.
Who set this fire? What were they thinking?
I don't think there was love.
And as you escape north onto the road, leaving the burning mansion and the screams of the elder Vallaki behind, that is where we will take our break.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
This is what, like our second house on fire in less than 24 hours?
It is.
It really is. I mean, if you count the other houses too, it's probably like our fourth or fifth.
We didn't burn Death House, that's something.
Not
We
this
should
time.
have.
We should have. Yeah.
I guess now we're gonna have to like go and burn down Irina and Ismark's house just to complete the
Yeah.
set of Burgomaster's houses burning down.
Let's just burn down
Yeah, we
every
gotta.
important location.
Every
in
building that
module.
has a map gets
Yeah, exactly.
exploded.
Yeah,
Culminating
And
in
it's not-
Castle Ravenloft, of course.
yeah, exactly.
Just practice for
Windmill.
for the castle.
Demolitions practice. Yeah.
My players burn down the windmill. We can do it.
My god, you pyromaniacs. All right, well, as always, we will pick this back up after a 15-minute break. As always, we have a few messages from our D&D community. Unfortunately, we do not have a new fireside this week, but we will be reshowing our episode on how to prep Vallaki in 1 hour or less, as perhaps appropriate to this week. So feel free to check that out if you're interested in how to prep this particular area. I'll tell you, I had fun prepping it this week. Thank you for watching, and we will see you back here soon. Hi, I'm Dragnacarta, DM of Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten and author of Curse of Strahd Reloaded. Today, I'm going to show you how to prep Vallaki in 1 hour or less. It's a tall order for the second longest chapter of the campaign, but let's give it our best shot. Now, I'm going to assume that you've read the full Vallaki chapter and have a basic understanding of how things fit together. Now, let's take a pair of pruning shears to this overstuffed settlement and learn what's really important for your player's first visit. Curse of Strahd is a sandbox-style module, and Vallaki is a sandbox within that sandbox. It can be hard to juggle so many hooks, characters, and choices at once, which is why we'll be using Sly Flourish's Lazy DM method to outline our prep. If you don't know what this method is, it's an approach that involves taking brief, basic notes on notable locations, NPCs, secrets, scenes, and encounters that your PCs might find in an upcoming session. If you haven't used this method before, I encourage you to learn more at slyflourish.com. Now, which things do we want to include in our session plan and which things do we want to leave out? 2 principles will guide our reasoning here. First, the information you give your players determines how they act and react. Second, the only information your players have about your world is the information you give them. These ideas help us do something powerful. Eliminate all information that we don't immediately want our players to engage with. This keeps our time spent preparing out-of-game content manageable and keeps our heads clearer while running the actual session. To use these tactics, we need to know the psychological and practical foundations we're working with, your player characters. Start with the easy stuff, race and class. Barovians are xenophobic. Are any of your PCs non-human? Jot that down. Are any of your PCs good-aligned clerics or paladins? Those are prime targets for the Bones of St. Angel quest. Do you have any bards? They may take an interest in Rictavio. Next, look at their personalities, ideals, and flaws. Do your PCs consider themselves adventurers or mercenaries? Do they fight for truth and justice? Are they cowardly or brash? Imagine how each PC might interact with specific NPCs and which hooks they might bite. Finally, look at their goals and motivations. Why have they come to Vallaki? What are they hoping to accomplish? Feel free to just ask your players these questions between sessions. You might be surprised by just how much help they're willing to give. There are a lot of locations the players can visit throughout Vallaki, but we can prune them to a more manageable handful. The town gates are an easy yes. Assuming the PCs are coming from the village of Barovia, they will inevitably pass through the eastern gates. Vallaki also lists potential random houses the PCs could explore, but the chances they will are small. Strike them out. St. Andrew's Church? Variable. If you have a cleric or paladin, they may be interested in a local church, but otherwise, strike it out too. The Blue Water Inn is an easy yes. After all, PCs and inns go together like moths to a flame. The Burgomaster's Mansion and Wachthaus are tougher. If you have a PC who loves politics, consider including them. Otherwise, they're likely too much to worry about now. Strike them out. Arisek Stockyard might come up if your players want to buy supplies. A tentative yes. The Coffin Maker's Shop. Unless you expect your players to visit the church and trigger the Bones quest because they have a good aligned cleric or paladin, you can cut this. Blinsky Toys is a personal choice. As written, no hooks actually lead here. You can exclude it. There's plenty of time to meet Blinsky later. The town square is difficult. If your PCs explore the town, they can wind up here, but there aren't really any specific reasons to do so. I would prepare it though, just to be safe. Finally, the Vistani camp. As written, the PCs can learn of its location from rumors in town, but they'll likely have no reason to visit. I chose to include it because my PCs were interested in escaping Barovia, and I knew they would want to learn just how the Vistani leave Barovia at will. It's up to you whether it makes the cut. Just remember, without the aid of local guides like Sildar, finding the encampment at all will be difficult. You can run these locations straight out of the book if you so choose, but if you'd like to prune them further, you can apply the same principles on a smaller scale. Will the PCs explore every room in the Blue Water Inn? The tap room and guest rooms are a safe bet, but it's unlikely they'll wind up in the Mardikov's rooms or the stable. Cross off any unlikely areas and worry about them later. Determining the non-player characters your players might encounter is far easier. Note which NPCs live at each location you've chosen. At the church, the PCs can meet Father Lucian, Mileva, and Yeska. At the inn, they can meet Erwin, Danica, and your choice of Soldar and Yevgeny, Rictavio, and or the Wachter brothers. The Arisek Stockyard hosts Gunther and Yelena Arisek, while the PCs can encounter Izek Strozny at the town square. Finally, the PCs can also meet Aragal, Luvash, Alexei, and Casimir at the Vistani encampment. The town also has one wandering NPC, Ernst Larnak, who stalks the PCs when he learns of their arrival. And finally, as the book notes in Chapter 2, Strahd's spies watch the PCs every morning and every night. Potential spies include disguised Vistani, werewolves in human form, charmed Vallakians, or swarms of bats. Now that we know which locations and NPCs might come up, decide which secrets to use. You'll want to review the Barovian lore and Vallakian lore tables, relevant NPC bios, and location notes. First, choose which secrets you want to give your players. For example, you'll want to tell them that they can find rooms at the Blue Water Inn. You'll want to introduce them to Vallaki's tradition of festivals, its unique justice system, and the danger of Izek Strozny. This meshes well with the Festival of the Blazing Sun, a key event approaching in 3 days' time. You might also want to let them know that Vallaki has hunters who know the Svalich woods well, in case they need a guide later, and that the Vistani camp lies outside of the town's borders. You should also prepare answers to questions your PCs are likely to ask. Once they learn of the Baron, they might ask if he has any enemies. Be prepared to tell them of Fiona Wachter, but if you play up her connections to Strahd, you can discourage your PCs from visiting her too early. Remember, this is a dynamic process. If I expect the PCs to learn of the missing wine at the Blue Water Inn because they will likely introduce themselves as adventurers, I might go back and add some basic prep for the Wizard of Wines as well. I can also choose to hold this information back. and have Erwin approach the PCs on a later day to reduce my burden. Your session plan is a living document, so update it to suit your needs. Next, brainstorm some basic scenes that involve these locations or NPCs. You don't need to be exhaustive, and you certainly shouldn't script them. Rather, this is a way to assess your resources and expectations. The PCs will likely pass through the gates and learn some basic information about Vallaki. From there, they'll probably pass through the town and get a feel for the area as they make their way to the Blue Water Inn, where they can purchase room and board. They might speak with the Vallakian hunters, or encounter Rictavio if you choose to place him there. If they have high passive perception, they might spot Ernst Larnak on a subsequent day. Meanwhile, we could see an initial encounter with Izek in the town square, a shopping trip at Arisek Stockyard, or a conversation with Luvash or Casimir at the Vistani camp. You can also consider scenes that can take place at any place or time. For example, an NPC might warn the PCs to avoid breaking the Baron's laws. You might also prepare a Strahd encounter if you think he has reason to appear. There are few combat encounters in Vallaki. If your PCs don't have the Bones of St. Angel quest, the only remaining combats include the town square. If you'd like to avoid combat in the first session, go ahead and cut the town square from your notes. Otherwise, you'll find that the town square has two potential encounters. First, if the PCs are seen freeing the prisoners from the stocks, Izek rallies all the town guards and orders the party to leave Vallaki. Remember, this can happen at any time, so don't feel like it needs to happen here and now. Second, if the PCs bring Irina to the town square while Izek is there, he will attempt to take her to the Burgomaster's mansion by force. You don't need to plan these potential combats exhaustively, but once you know they might happen, make sure to prepare tokens, a battle map, and any stat blocks you might need. When all is said and done, you'll have a basic list of major elements you expect your PCs to find in Vallaki and an understanding of how to run them. You can further expand your notes if you choose, but once you've reached this stage, you've successfully tuned out the noise, making your job far easier. As long as you focus on manipulating player psychology through incentives, hooks, and information, you'll rarely be surprised. Instead, like a proper villain, you'll feel cool, confident, and well prepared to give your PCs a terrifying ride. Strahd would be proud.
These ambient backgrounds include my most private and intimate of letters, as well as bonus tracks not found in the Dungeon Master's handbook. So, hear me now. I guarantee you safe passage to their camp. Support them, and perhaps we shall meet sooner than you think.
Welcome back, everyone, to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. As always, a few quick announcements to get through, starting with our eternal shout-out and gratitude to Foundry VTT, our continuing virtual tabletop sponsor. Lots of great stuff coming up. I've actually seen some really fantastic things that people have been doing with Curse of Strahd in particular on this platform. If you haven't seen it, check out the Curse of Strahd subreddit. There's some interesting things going on. Definitely a very cool tool. So thank you to Foundry for sponsoring and supporting the campaign. Twy, how's Twitch looking?
Twitch looking very nice. We're very thankful to all our subscribers, and wanted to let y'all know, as always, that if you want to subscribe, you can help this stream become even better than it already is, which is saying something, because we already kick ass. So, just think about it. Think about the possibilities. And also our cool Strahd-themed emotes. Have fun. Serena?
Oh, yes. So if you are liking what you are seeing and you're having fun, as much fun as we are, you can join the discussion every episode on our very own subreddit, reddit.com/r/twicebittendnd. And remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/rcurseofstrahd for all of our past sessions, fireside chats, video essays, and highlights from the stream. Again, thank you so much to all of our Twitter followers, to everyone who listens to us in podcast form. We love y'all so much. It's wild that so many of you stick around with us. And as always, if you have any fan art, questions for After Dark, or even stuff that you'd like to see in future fireside chats, you can always email that to us at twicebittencos@gmail.com.
All right. Thank you so much, Twy and Serena. And with that, I think we are ready to dive right back in. So, as you make your way through the streets of Vallaki, bolting from the burning structure of the Vlakovich mansion, it's a few minutes of heart-pounding tension as you bolt through the streets, hardly daring to look back. After a few moments, you hear Victor following behind, dragged by Erthrindir's hand, though the young man still invisible, as the group of you thunders through the streets. Behind you, you can hear the flames tearing at the skies. But before long, you turn the corner of the main road, and the Baron's Manor vanishes from your sight, though you can still see the billowing cloud of gray smoke rising, twisting into the air like a foul, demonic pillar that vanishes into the gray cloud cover above.
I'd like to say, too, that as soon as we kind of get away from the mansion, far enough away from the crowd that's kind of gathered around, at least Metron would have kind of slowed down and started kind of walking at a more casual pace to look a little less conspicuous than someone fleeing the scene of crime.
Okay. Together, you round the corner and begin to approach the quiet Blue Water Inn. There's no sign of the speaker from before, though you do notice that the crowds outside the manor seem to have swelled. The platform and crates upon which the speaker once stood now empty beside the inn as you slowly make your way around toward the front entryway, where Esmeralda's wagon and Cobal remain. He gives you a wide-eyed look. Everything all right? There's a fucking hell of a lot going on down there.
Yeah, it's pretty heated up there.
Right, well, Owen and Danica inside. I'll keep an eye out here.
Be careful. They're good plan, but remember, they're looking for targets right now.
I will. Thank you.
Has Kiva
should be
placed
all right.
that voice yet? Can she recognize it?
I will let you make another wisdom check.
I would like to as well.
You may.
The two least wise people in this entire planet.
I mean, with that big old 5, I'm sure I recognize it.
That's a natural 1 for a total of 2.
No, the voice does not sound overly familiar to you. He just gives you a nod and steps aside to let you pass through to the door.
Kiva just staring at Metreon like, what the fuck? Why can't we remember why we know this guy?
You pass inside into the Blue Water Inn. It is dark and quiet within. You see a very wary and somewhat tired Erwin behind the bar peer out toward you from the halfway into the doorway to the kitchen. Good. It's you lot. Come in quickly. I've heard what's happened. You should be safe in here.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Do we... And she glances over at Erthendir and then over at the space where presumably Victor is, although she's probably looking like a foot and a half to the left.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Erthendir nods. They've got a right to know. Erwin, there's someone else with us, invisible. It's the Vllakovich's child.
He inhales quietly, his eyebrows going up. Right, I'd feared. Right, well, he shouldn't have anything to fear here. We don't make it a habit of harming children in the Blue Water Inn. If he's comfortable, he can show himself or not.
Erthendir kind of whispers to Victor, do you want to stay invisible, or are you alright?
I'd rather stay for now, I think.
He nods. He'll stay as he is.
Erwin nods back. Right, well, your friends are upstairs in the guest chamber. We didn't fear any trouble, but we thought it might be best if you had a safe place. You know where to find them, I presume? It's just up the
Yes.
Up the balcony.
Thank you so much again for everything.
And if anything comes up, if the revolution comes to y'all, wake me up.
Just give us a little ring, you know?
He gives you an evaluative nod. Right, I'll do so. Hopefully there shouldn't be any need, however. They're waiting for you upstairs.
Thank you.
And he turns back into the kitchen as you make your way up the staircase toward the inner balcony.
Metron is actually going to stay down in the bar, but if you want to go to them, you can first.
Kiva would probably stick with Metreon, I think.
Okay.
If that's okay with him.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Amity will head on upstairs.
Likewise.
Lillison will stay downstairs, but go into a corner, take out her book, and start writing.
Okay, you're staying in the tap room?
Yes, in a corner.
Okay. I believe then Erthendir and Amity are making their way upstairs with Victor. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. You ascend the staircase and pass beyond the side doors as you approach the chamber at the end of the hall. As you do, the second door to your right cracks open, and you see a pair of small, dark-haired faces peering out toward you. You recognize Brom and Bray, though they quickly shut the door again as you catch their eye.
Hey, Brom. Hey, Bray.
There's a pause, and you hear a bit of a sullen voice say, "Mum says we're not allowed to come out."
Your mom is very wise. I know it's sad, but trust me, you can find something to do, I'm sure.
You don't hear anything more beyond that. You do hear little footsteps receding beyond the door.
Erthendir chuckles and then probably continues on.
All right, you arrive at the door at the end of the balcony, finding it closed. It opens easily at your touch, however, and you enter into a small guest room containing a bed heaped with wolf furs, a footlocker, a tall wardrobe, and a writing desk with a matching chair. There's an oil lamp resting atop the desk, and leaning against the desk, glancing out the window with slight concern, you see Ismark, his fingers pressed against the glass. Sitting on the bed over the wolf furs and glancing toward the door, you see Irina, who sits up straight as you enter. Good. Oh, good. You got back safe. We've been hearing a lot of not so great things.
It's happened. It's going to be a long night. And also, I've got a friend with me. He's not going to talk much right now, but Victor, this is Ismark and Irina, the leaders of Barovia Village. Ismark, Irina, Victor.
Ismark just kind of frowns and tilts his head, his eyebrows knitting together as he surveils the space behind you, but eventually, you see a bit of a spark of recognition, or two wires touching together as he realizes that this person seems to be invisible. He just kind of gives a grunt and a nod in that direction, and you hear Victor say, "Yes, hello," from the empty space.
I love him. He's so awkward. But yeah, what are we thinking for tonight? Are we spending the loft or?
Ismark's eyes. Dendaka said that if we need it, we can spend the night up there, but she and Erwin seem to think that there won't be a need to, barring any emergencies. I'm not so sure myself, but if the people are focused on the Baron, it doesn't seem they're likely to come to the inn. It doesn't hurt to keep an eye out, though.
All right. Thank you. And Earthrendir, just kind of sits on the bed and just... You can see his shoulders just slump as just an enormous load of tension just kind of leaves his body, and he looks at Amity. You think it's going to be all right? Just...
Amity smiles genuinely. Yeah. I mean, it was really tense back there, but now the people who want us dead aren't in power anymore, right? I mean, they should be on our side. I guess Lillison's the one who knows politics and stuff, but...
I don't think that's how it's going to work. But it'd be nice.
Well, if it doesn't work out, then hey, at least there's 3 entire times when it cannot work out, and still, we got the dress.
Oh, right. That happened. I'm sorry. Right. The whole thing just slipped my mind.
No, I mean, it takes a lot of weight off my shoulders, because for a while it's been like, if anything goes wrong, then, well, but...
Now we've got a safety button.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And, yeah, Earthrendir does not have much more to say at the moment.
There's a pause in the silence of the room for a moment. Is there something Amity would like to say?
Oh, sorry. No, if you ever want a vent, then I'm here. I know things are stressful.
Earthrendir gives her a polite but genuine smile and just murmurs, "I just need time. Quiet. It's just too much."
Amity will nod and give him some time alone going back downstairs.
All right. As Amity exits the room, a few moments of silence pass. And then you hear a quiet, invisible voice around halfway to the floor, next to the door, say, "Do you think that they're dead?"
Earthrendir doesn't immediately respond, but he'll sort of slide down to sit on the floor, leaning against the bed. If they're not, they probably will be within the hour.
I didn't like them. I didn't like them at all. He was absolutely horrid, and she wouldn't stop giggling, and I hated both of them, but I didn't know that any of this would happen.
No, I know. There are a lot of people that I hate, but that I would not want to die by any means, and I imagine that would be especially true if it were family. I'm sorry.
I guess he can't glare at me anymore if he's dead. How do you think they'll kill them?
Depends if they are, if the mob gets the better of them before any sort of sense can ring out, then they might just tear them apart. But if there's some directing force, then there'll probably be an execution. Whatever Vallaki does to do that.
Right. And then, but I'm not going to die, right?
No, you are not. You are not going to die.
You said that there's this Casimir person that he'll know what to do. That
I think so. I think. Well, there is a variety of things. For one, I don't think after tonight, I don't think you should stay with us. We're in constant danger from the vampire, and it would only be a whisker safer than it would be if you had stayed in that house, to be blunt. So,
right.
I think he'd be your best bet. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that you can stay with him forever. Like, I think I can call and I can try and have a favor, and I think he'd be charitable enough to have you for a few days. But from there, you're probably going to need to work out another plan. I don't know what that would be. I don't know. Kresk might be a possibility. You might be working with the Vistani if you're willing to do, if you've got magic that can do sort of industrial things as well as the other kind, then that might be a help, but you're going to need to find some sort of community to work with.
Right. I guess I can.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm not expecting you to know like what you're gonna do for the rest of your life right now, but next steps is important.
You hear a slight mottled hissing, almost like a rattling choke, as you see something within his pocket kind of stirs, and you see one of the skeletal cats poke its head out.
Yay! Oh,
actually, no, you don't see this, but you hear a faint. Actually, no, it does emerge, almost from thin air.
Everybody like scrambles backward. Oh. Hello, little guy. You good call getting one of them. That's just probably keep it on the down low.
Right. You watch as the skeletal cat, like, kind of, it's weird because it's not like fully concealed. Like half of its head is poking out, and then it kind of ducks back down, and you hear a faint like hissing purr, but dry and rattling. It's strange to listen to, and as you hear it, you hear after a moment Victor say, "So you're the vampire. You're the devil's enemies, aren't you?"
Yep. Not entirely by choice. He's bitten me and clawed my throat out and threatened to kill my girlfriend and tried to make me kill another one of my friends, and it's been a time, but yeah, he's fixated on torturing me, so I am kind of by necessity fixated on ending him.
Ending him?
Trying.
You know if you'll do that, you'll die, right? Anyone who's ever been his enemy has
died. Yeah, I know. I I'm kind of fresh out of other choices, to be honest.
He just falls silent.
But yeah, I'm going to do my best. And I know this is insult to injury, but there's one more thing I need to tell you before anything else happens. Your teleportation circle. It's...
What about it?
In our travels, we picked up some information. Strahd can control not just who can enter and leave Barovia, but what magic can send things in and out as well. Even down to so little as a sending spell, he can intercept and turn around. So, I don't think it's going to work.
You hear him stutter and stammer for a moment, and then he just falls silent again.
I know, it's not... It's far from good news, but I figured you needed all of it. I don't want to keep your hopes up.
You don't hear anything from him, but he just falls very, very silent. At this, you see from beside you, Irina stand up from the bed. I'll be right back. I need to do something. And she exits the room.
Be safe.
You as well. And she shuts the door behind her. Meanwhile, what's going on downstairs? I believe Lillison was journaling and Kiva and Metron were at the bar.
That's pretty much the plan.
Much, yeah.
Metron was planning on waiting there to see if Danica or Wynn was going to be there slinging drinks, and if so, he would like many.
All right, Danica, just step out of the kitchen after a bit. Well, it looks like Erwin will be a bit indisposed for a bit, keeping in touch with what's going on in town, but anything I can do for you while you're here?
A drink, ma'am, would be lovely for both of us.
Yeah,
You're
yes,
buying,
please.
right, love?
Oh, I'm sorry, my love?
You're buying, right?
Yeah,
That's-
of course.
that's how
of
this
course,
works.
darling.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, darling. Could you actually top me off, yeah? And he kind of jingles his wine skin in front of her.
Of course. Well, we have a certain wine shipment that a certain group of folks were kind enough to bring in, so it's on the house.
Kind and very attractive.
Incredibly, incredibly attractive. Yes.
Lillison looks
She
up
gives
from
you a
the
very
corner.
lingering look.
Lillison looks
And
up from the
then-
corner and she's like, I'm sorry, did somebody say incredibly attractive around here? And she pretends to be looking around.
Kiva dusts her disgusting armor off and preens her hair a little bit and puts on her best charming look.
Danica just sighs with absolute, you see, in this shit energy, and goes to get some mugs and wine.
Did you say Uggs?
Mugs.
She's getting
Mugs.
Uggs and wine! Uggs and wine!
a very, very comfy episode. But yeah, while we wait, what you doing over there, Lil? Writing down what happened today? Drawing it?
Writing, mostly. Yes, there is. Well, and she looks around, just noting to see if there is anybody else currently in this room other than the three of them.
Amity
Amity
is
should be
probably
coming down.
arriving right now.
Lillison gives Amity a smile and resumes. There is a lot to take in, just from what we have seen and heard.
Is that private then?
Well, not private as such, but I mean, Erthrindir seems to think that we can leave Victor with Casimir, of all people. I am not certain that is a good idea, and I don't think we should take him with us, wherever it is that we are going next. Where are we going next?
Do you not think we can stay here?
I mean,
For tonight we
certainly.
can, yeah. But I mean, we gotta get that dress back to that Abbott there, and then we gotta get going to see this Madame Eva.
That
All
was
right.
my thought. Do we go back to the Abbey right now, or do we go on to see Madame Eva first?
Well, I think we go there to go back, right? Like that makes sense. I mean, go to the village and then maybe I don't know, go head back to the tower. It seems to be safe there. Go back to Kresk and drop off we have 30 days, right? So I mean, we have time for this reading.
Yes, we do have plenty of time. I don't know whether returning to Kresk now or later would be the better option in terms of whether they will let us back in.
I feel like we got cred with them, right?
Look, I mean, if we just say we're going right to the Abbey and we're not staying with them, I can't see why they would mind us just passing through.
I can see several reasons why they would be reluctant to let us in again. Not necessarily rational ones, but, well, you can't trust everybody to be rational all the time.
Well, can we send a message to the abbot and just say we have the dress?
Or perhaps can we send one person in? Esmeralda somehow got in by herself, did she not?
DM, where is Esmeralda, by the way?
Esmeralda is she's vibing by the door, occasionally glancing out the window toward her wagon in the street.
Well, Ez, maybe you can take the dress back to him. If you want, I mean, we can come with you, but you know, if you're going back there anyway or something, I don't know.
She makes her way back over and joins the group of you at the tap. Well, I think that I can show you how I got in. It wasn't overly difficult. You saw what I did with the mage hand and the rope at the Abbey?
Yes.
Yeah, basically that. Just getting over the wall. It's not hard if you do it at night, and you can see in the dark and the guard can't. With that grappling hook I saw you have, you should have no trouble getting in without anyone seeing.
So it's not an issue.
I expected the guard would be more competent than that, but if they're not...
No, I counted maybe... Well, there was, as far as I could tell, only one patrolling for the entire northern half. More like a third, really, but there don't seem to be too many. The walls seem grossly underguarded. I was able to get in quite easily.
That is very good to know, and also somewhat troubling. But it is not our responsibility to... It is actually not our responsibility to think about the military defense of Kresk, so...
Indeed. Well, in any case, I can show you the place that I approached if we wind up returning there. Otherwise, what is the plan? Are we heading to Serpool? Are we doing something with him? We have a few hours of daylight left. I imagine we can head off for Serpool tomorrow morning.
I think that would be my vote, yes.
What's that?
That would be my vote, yes, if we are voting on this.
You wanna just leave tomorrow then?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I figure we could do that then, yeah. I'll vote for you, yeah.
All right, then what are we doing in the meantime? And what is the plan for the boy?
Well, in the meantime, we're getting some drinks, and Metron kind of pokes his head up, looking around to see if Danica's coming.
Danica has in fact returned, and as she sees Esmeralda there, she grins. Well, I imagine that we might be wanting a third as well. And Esmeralda grins. If you wouldn't mind, I would be most grateful. Thank you.
Top shelf for her, yeah.
I'll do what I can. And she steps back to begin putting together another mug.
Any update on the Uggs at all? Or
Yeah, can I get them Uggs? I'd like
There
the one
there
that's
appear
have
to be
like a-
0 Uggs here. The 2000 seems to have passed Vallaki by.
No! That's a shame. That's a damn shame.
Randy,
I'm
please
very
invent
sorry.
Yugs.
You can see a single pair of old Crocs sticking out of the bar. It seems they've been there for a while. Sorry, we're gonna get copyright struck. Anyways, as your conversation draws to a close and you begin sipping on your drinks, Danica retreating back into the kitchen, you hear footsteps descending these stairs once more as Irina steps out into the tap room. She glances around, notices the group of you, and quietly makes her way over. Hey, are you all doing okay?
Better now that you're here, I think.
Good. And she actually flashes a small, uncertain smile at that. Actually, Kiva, do you mind if we talk for a bit?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Sure. And she kind of beckons you over to a table in the corner.
As she starts to go, Metron kind of leans in and says, "Go get him, Tiger."
Kiva just shakes her head and gives him a sort of "we'll talk later" look, because she does intend to confide in Metreon in this, but follows her.
Irina sits at the table across from you and wraps her fingers together as she kind of leans forward, fidgeting a bit in her seat and looking somewhat uncomfortable. Right. I guess I wanted to apologize.
You have nothing to apologize for. I was trying to apologize to you, believe it or not.
I don't believe... Why would you apologize to me?
I've been so unfair to you, Irina. I put a burden on you that isn't yours to bear. I never want to make you feel like I expected anything from you other than friendship. And I took something from you that wasn't mine to take. And I'm
Irina
so sorry.
Gives a long sigh and shakes her head. No, do you mean this morning? Because what you were doing this morning, you weren't... I didn't think you were trying to take anything from me. You were looking out for me, weren't you?
Yes, but you've been talking about this thing that you're missing, this thing that you're searching for, and I was so scared of losing you that I couldn't trust it, and I couldn't listen to you, and I should have listened to you.
No, I think you acted right. Because, there's the person who's very grateful you did what you did.
What?
I know he can be difficult to read, but... God, I feel horrible for... Ismark and I were talking when you all were gone, while we were here in the inn, and he said he was concerned, and I don't want to get into all the details, but he's very grateful for what you did. I can let him speak for himself, but from his point of view, what you were doing was keeping me from doing something potentially dangerous. And, I think that as much as I might disagree about whether it was dangerous or not, and that's a different conversation, the fact remains that I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't pulled me back. And I don't know if I wouldn't have felt... I don't know what I was expecting. It's so difficult to say or imagine. I don't think that man, Sergei, meant me any harm, but from the way the lightning struck the pool, if nothing else, who knows, maybe if I'd taken that hand, maybe the devil would have struck me down somehow. I don't know, but my point is that this morning Ismark was afraid that he was going to lose me, and you made sure he didn't. And this doesn't change anything. I still want what I want. I want to find out who he was. I want to know about why I have these memories. There were so many that came rushing back, and I want to know about it, but I think it's important that I do it and I don't leave people behind when I do. So I'm sorry for making you think that you had to make you think that I was doing something dangerous. I should have been more patient, and I should have trusted my friends instead of acting on impulse.
Take it from the queen of making reckless and foolish decisions. I understand. Irina, I can't make the things I feel for you go away, but love doesn't have to be a romantic thing. You are, in a short time, the best friend that I've ever had. You've inspired me to greatness. I'm starting to feel like maybe I could be the woman that I've always dreamed of. And that's thanks to you. And
it's funny. I could say the same to you. You know,
I promise you now, I will make sure that you get your answers and that you get the happy ending that you deserve, whatever that means. Because
she gives, yep.
You deserve every good thing in this world.
She gives you a warm, genuine smile and says, I could say the exact same for you. You've been an inspiration to me since you got here, and you know, even after we went to the Abbey, I thought that somehow I might find some. I mean, I didn't want to leave Ismark behind. I didn't want to put him in danger or anyone in danger because of me, but I still felt like there must be some answer out there, some escape hatch, some way that I could make him, the devil, go away. When I heard that voice calling to me, I thought, maybe this is the way that I'm looking for. Maybe this is the way out. Maybe this is what can make everyone safe. But whatever it was that let Sergei, and I think he is a person, or was maybe, I'm not sure, speak to me there. Whatever it was, the devil destroyed it. And I've been thinking about it all morning, but it wasn't until we met that vampire hunter, those last words that he said about good fights being necessary sometimes. And the whole time we were walking to Vallaki, I thought of you and the way you stood up against the devil and you defied him when he went to every dark place and twisted every flame and beast against you, and you didn't break, you didn't even bend. I've been searching all this time for an escape, when really what I needed to look for was a fight. What I mean to say is that Ismark and I talked, and if taking down the devil is what you want to do, then we're with you. Because we're done. We're done running. And if you're going to face him, we want to be there with you.
Kiva reaches out and just squeezes her hand and says, we will win. And you will get your answers, and you will get your hope. And you will see the sun. And that I know in my soul, I know.
She takes your hand and squeezes it. All right. Best friends and vampire hunters. Is that what we are now?
I think that's the most perfect thing that we could possibly be.
All right. And thank you for standing up for us, for standing up for your friends, for showing me what it means to fight back, and for helping me with the answers I'm looking for. I think I know that I will find them, and it means so much to me to know that you're standing with me.
I couldn't say it better myself, love. Come on, let me get you a drink.
All right. Let's get the drink.
Yeah.
And we'll kill a vampire, right?
And then we'll kill a vampire. And then we'll go on and kill 1,000 more, actually, because we're unstoppable. So it's like the power of friendship or something like that.
All right. I'm going to need a few more drinks before I can be sure about that, but let's take it. And the two of them rejoin the group.
Boy!
All right. With that, the day passes into late afternoon at the Blue Water Inn. Streets outside quieting. Is there anything you would like to do?
Yeah, I wanted to know if Danica ever came back out. I wanted to talk to her about something.
I would say that at one point she does come back out and starts sweeping the area behind the tap, if you'd like to speak with her.
Danica, love. A moment?
Yes, of course. Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's lovely. I was just wondering, you and Owen said that one of the survivors from the church attack, they're here, they're staying with you.
Yes, the altar boy, Jeska. Poor lad. Was not in a good state when they found him.
If it's weird, just tell me. But if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to speak with him. I'd like to see him.
She gives you a bit of a somber look. I suppose it can't hurt. Goodness knows that some socialization might do him good, but I'll warn you. Since they took him from that church, well, he kept whispering over and over again when they found him, but since that night, he hasn't spoken a word. So, if you can get his attention, then by all means.
Thank you. Yeah. And he'll start to kind of get up and look over at Esmeralda. Excuse me, love, just a moment. And
Not to worry.
Yeah, he'll start to head towards whichever room Danica has told him that he's in.
All right. Danica leads you upstairs back toward the balcony, leading you toward the second door on the right, which she opens now.
Thank you.
You follow her inside to a new chamber. You see a large painted toy box resting between two small, cozy beds. Murals of ravens in flight painted on the walls above the wood paneling. You see two boys you recognize as Brahm and Bray lying back on one of the beds, looking absolutely bored out of their minds, staring up at the ceiling. They both jolt upright at the sight of you, and then one of them, Brahm, says, "Ma, can we come out yet? It's boring in here." Danica sighs. "A bit longer, love. Just until dinner, all right? Your father wants to make sure everything is safe." Brahm sighs. "Fine. But do we have to be in here with him? He's creepy." Danica, you watch Danica's eyes flash. "Brahm, do not be so rude to our guest. In fact, you can be out of your room early. I want you to go down to the kitchen and wash every one of the dishes for such rudeness. But go." Brahm grunts in obvious despair and just flings himself off the bed and storms out the door behind her. Danica sighs and turns toward the right side of the room, the corner just out of view of the door. "Right. Jeska, you have a guest." And as you turn, entering behind her, Bray watching you with wide eyes from behind the edge of the bed, you see sitting in the corner, slumped to the ground, his face facing the floor, a small, slightly frail young boy's silhouette. Though his face you can't see, as he appears to be wearing on top of his head a painted wooden clown mask. The edges of the smile instead scoured down into a mean-faced scowl. He doesn't respond to the sound of his voice. Instead, he spins a small object that rotates and rotates between his knees and the ground before finally stuttering to a halt. He picks it up, spins it again, doesn't move or respond.
Metron kind of looks at Danica a little bit nervously as he starts to go in. And he very carefully and quietly as he can approaches, kind of kneeling down to get to his level, kind of facing him. Hi. I don't know if you remember me. I used to see you at the church.
You watch as Yeska's face doesn't seem to move, but you do see beyond the mask a child's young dark eyes glancing up at you from behind the slits. He spins the object again, and you see it seems to be a small wooden top that spins small circles across the floor between his legs.
Oh, I just wanted to come up and check and see how he was. I was there too, and I know it's not been easy, but I just wanted to come and make sure he was all right.
Danica sighs. I appreciate the thought. Whatever the things that he saw or heard that night, we've been doing what we can.
Yes,
I'm afraid the
right?
morbid things... Are you talking to Danica or Yeska?
I'm talking to Yeska.
Gotcha. Danica steps back as you turn toward him. You see his head slightly give a slight motion at the sound of his name, but he doesn't redirect his attention overtly toward you.
Hey, I know the value of keeping yourself in disguise. Makes you feel safe, doesn't it? And after I say that, after Metron says that, he kind of licks his thumb and kind of starts to wipe away some of the makeup from his cheek, revealing his pink skin underneath. I got my own mask too.
Make a persuasion check for me.
All right. It's going to be a 27.
You watch as the boy's face slowly lifts up toward yours. You feel eye contact for a moment. And he just stares at the pale pink of your skin. You watch as the top stops spinning, and he slowly picks it up and clutches it to his chest, still staring at you.
Seeing that he's kind of connecting with him, Metron kind of opens his jacket a bit and pulls out the holy symbol and kind of lets it hang from his neck onto his chest into view for Yeska to see. I didn't know him as long as you did, but I figure he meant quite a great deal to you, and he did to me too.
You watch as Yeska slowly nods. You can feel his gaze now fixated on the symbol in your hands.
If you need anything tonight, and Danica would be able to see Metron sort of struggling to kind of come up with the words with the appropriate means of comfort and consoling this kid. But after a couple kind of fumbled moments, listen, if you need anything while you're here, at least while I'm here, I'll be around. You ain't gotta say nothing. You just gotta let me know now.
There's a pause and a brief moment of awkward silence. And just as you're ready to begin to turn your attention away, you hear a young boy's voice, ragged and rasping, from behind the mask. Is that his?
Yeah. He Yeah, I got it. I got it from him. Yeah.
Can I?
Can you what? You want to hold it?
He just shyly reaches a single hand out.
Yeah, Metron will start to lift the symbol up and place it into his hand.
He takes it and just feels it, running his thumb over the oversized for him blades of the sunburst. You were there?
Yeah, I was there. Me and my friends was. Yeah. He was good, right? He was real good. He did what he could to help everybody.
But he died.
Yeah, he did. It was hard.
Am I going to die? Are you?
Metron shudders when he says, "And you." Kind of looking away a bit, trying to suppress what he would probably usually say in a more mature company. But turns back to Yeska. Well, it's going to happen to all of us sometime, right? But I swear as much as I can, it won't happen to you for a very long time, and it won't be because of him.
You hear a ragged sob from behind the mask. He said he wasn't going to die. He said we were safe. And then he promised.
He did what he could, and I know he's thought that he could keep that promise. I did too.
He said that they couldn't. He said that nothing could get through. He said that St. Andrew was looking out.
I thought that too. And he tried. He really did. He wasn't certain, though, and at this point, Metron starts to kind of choke on his own words. He did the best that he could, and I believe him. And I'm sorry that you even had to experience any of that at your age, at any point in your life, that you don't deserve that. You deserve to be safe. And I'm sorry that you don't feel that way. That you don't feel safe.
You hear another stifled sob, and you watch as he tucks his knees into his chest. He said that as long as the bones were there, we'd be safe. But he lied. I think you're lying too.
What bones?
The Andrew's bones. He said that they would keep us safe. They didn't keep...
Metron kind of shoots a quick glance up to Danica to see if the bones of St. Andrew ring any bells for her.
Danica's eyes are wide. She looks like she's around 5 seconds away from intervening to stop this poor child from having a triggering flashback, but she does not look to recognize what these bones are.
Okay. Metron places his hand on Yeska's shoulder. Listen, take care, all right? These Mordecai's, they're gonna keep you safe. They kept me safe, they kept my friends safe, they kept all of us safe.
Yeska just stays tucked into himself, clutching the holy symbol to his chest, and in his offhand you see him holding the top from the side of it, and you see carved into the side of the top an engraved image, sketched and engraved with actually remarkable depth for such a small image. And as he slowly spins it in his nervous fingers, his hands shaking, you see almost a slideshow as each engraved image speeds past the next, almost like figures in motion, as you see across the surfaces of the top images of scarecrows chasing children through trees and woods. He just stares at the top as it spins in his hand, still clutching the symbol to his chest, and just falls silent.
I'll let you get some rest then. And because Metron didn't take the necklace off, he just kind of kept it on his neck and let him hold it. Start to pull away, kind of taking the necklace with him.
He almost reflexively kind of grabs for the symbol. Not hard, but
Metron stops and holds the symbol for one last time and very carefully takes it from his neck and places it around Yeska's neck. Keep it. He meant more to you than he did to me.
he just nods silently behind the mask and fixes his gaze down on the symbol in his hands. As you hear Danica behind you, as she places a hand on your shoulder. Right, well, I suppose we'd best let Yeska get some rest.
Yeah. Metron breaks away from her grasp and starts to walk outside as quickly as possible.
All right. Danica, you hear her say something in hushed tones to Bray, and then close the door behind her. And you make your way back downstairs to rejoin the others.
No, I don't. I stay outside.
You do not? Okay.
By Esmeralda's cart and
this is on the. I mean, you would have to cross the tap room to get there if you would like.
That's fine. They would see him storming out.
All right.
After seeing Metreon storming out, Lillison's going to pause with her writing implement over her book for a moment, and then she's going to shut her book, put it back into her bag, glance around, and slip out the door.
All right. You step outside and you find Metreon leaning up against Esmeralda's wagon. Is he crying? What does Metreon look like?
Yeah, he's got he's kind of bent over. He's got his hands on his shoulders, kind of retching a bit, almost like a mix of wanting to vomit and also hyperventilating.
Lillison's going to take a couple steps closer, but she's still like 15 feet away. And she's just going to say very quietly, not looking at him, "Do you want to talk, or should I come back later?"
Metreon tries to kind of calm himself and gets himself upright. And at this point, she would see that his makeup is all runny from the tears that have been kind of falling out of his eyes. Yeah, what do you want to talk about, huh?
All right. I'm going to see what the town looks like. I'll be back in half.
I'm inviting you, all right? This is me inviting you to talk. So if you want to talk, we could talk.
That was me inviting you.
I guess we're at a fucking standstill then.
she sidles like 5 feet closer, and puts her back against probably not the wagon, but like a nearby wall or something, still not looking directly at him. Is everything all right?
I should have never come to that temple, that church.
Why?
Because maybe if I hadn't, this wouldn't have happened. He'd still be alive. Jeska would be okay. He'd still have Lucian to look after him. He'd still have people to go to church, go to service with.
Here's the thing. Being somebody who brings disaster wherever you go, you don't really get to understand who you shouldn't be around until after the disaster has already befallen them.
So what do I do then?
What you can.
It was really so much easier just, being on my own. Traveling and stuff like that. Even if I was running for something that was just with me, it was just me. I didn't have to worry about no one else getting in the line of fire.
Do you want to return to that sort of life once we're out of here?
It's hard for me to even think about tomorrow at this point. There's nothing stopping him from just appearing in one of our rooms and just sneaking in with a bunch of ghouls, a bunch of rats, a bunch of fucking wolves and bats, just devouring us. The only reason he keeps us alive is because he wants some entertainment. That's the worst part of it.
He's becoming predictable.
Predictable is still dangerous for him now. A lot more dangerous than we are.
Yes.
Hey, listen, I know we was tense back there at the Abbey. And I'm not expecting nothing from you. I'm not expecting nothing from any of you, really. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean that in a realistic way. And I hope that none of you expect anything from me yet. But I'm still trying to come to terms with some of my own stuff too, and I know that you is as well. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that whatever you are, whoever you are, so long as you're on our side, you're good by me.
Wilson frowns a little bit and says, I appreciate it. I think I've quite come to terms with a great many things. It's all of this new experience that I'm still trying to figure out, but you.
But me.
You have had a lot happen to you.
Like I said, I'm used to digging myself out of ditches. I'm just not used to digging other people with me. So
You don't have to you don't have to concern yourself with any of the rest of us, and I think you know that, but the fact that you choose to, when you choose to, speaks well of you. Do you want us to keep calling you Metreon?
I certainly don't want you calling me the other thing, if that's what you're asking.
I mean, we don't have to. You can choose a new name for yourself, you know. We will respect it. Sometimes you have to become somebody else to deal with whatever it is that you need to face right at that moment.
I've been doing that most of my life. And I don't anticipate I will stop doing it. But for now, Metreon will be fine.
She nods.
I'm thirsty, so if you'd like to come inside for a drink, it's on me. If not, suit yourself.
I will take you up on that drink in about half an hour. I do want to see what the city looks like right now.
You know what? I might go with you if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Maybe we can, maybe I could just, maybe we can stop by the church and I can pay my last respects.
That sounds like a good idea. Do you want to, and she sort of gestures towards, like, the streaks on his face.
Yeah, I'll get that. And he'll take a moment to rifle through his bag and just very clumsily lay on more pancake makeup, and it's kind of getting smeared because of all the moisture underneath, so he's just kind of having to put on even more. But as he does, he'll put it away and start to go with Lillison.
Okay. Unless Metreon objects, Lillison's route is gonna go by the church first. She's trying to walk in a sort of unobtrusive way, but still keeping an eye out for the general temperament of the people around.
Okay. The two of you together make your way through the streets, leaving the blue water in behind. As you're doing that, is there anything anyone else would like to do?
I can't think of anything. I don't want to speak for everyone else, though.
I'm good.
Okay. In that case, the two of you quietly make your way away from the inn, passing westward along the central Vallakian Avenue. The streets are quiet, though in the distance, far away perhaps to the southeast, you think? It's hard to tell with the way the voices echo through the alleys, but the further west you pass, the quieter the town grows until there are no other voices that you can hear. You continue on, and before long, coming into view, you see the church standing quietly in the dimming gray light of the late Vallakian afternoon. Even the crates from here before, where the speaker had once stood, has been taken away. You see a few spatters of red on the dirt path leading toward the church, but of any members of the populace or even the guards, there is no sign.
Metreon starts to make his way towards the gated cemetery.
Lillison will follow him.
You do so, passing alongside and stepping over the reddish stains in the earth. There's an old iron gate toward the side, and as you pass toward it, it seems very slightly unlocked. Though, Lillison, as you see Metreon move to unlatch it and step inside, you see dark red stains along the latch where his fingers brush the surface.
Wait,
What is it?
take a look at this.
Yeah, Metreon pulls his hand away and sees what Lillison sees. He sees the bloody handle.
How fresh does this look?
Give me, I'd say, your choice of medicine or... Yeah, I'd say this would be a medicine check.
Oh boy. 13.
13? It seems reasonably fresh, maybe within the last 2 days or so.
This is...
And it certainly seems to be blood.
This is not from that night. This is more recent than that, I think.
Metreon wipes some of the blood away from the latch and rubs it between his thumb and his index finger. Right. What do you think it is? What do you think it's from?
Either...
Who do you think it's from?
I don't know. My main thoughts are either somebody who was very wounded, stumbled here to perhaps hide, or... Well, we never did see where those spawn went.
Metreon takes a very deep breath in. Well, I won't be too long then. And he very cautiously and hesitantly starts to open up the gate and head into the cemetery, looking to see if there's any kind of freshly marked graves, especially one for Father Lucian.
Okay.
Yeah, Lillison will also go in, but she'll hang out by the gate.
Okay. You step inside and let the gates quietly creak close behind you. Stepping out, you see the dark earthen paths that go between the rows of old gravestones, some worn with time and covered in moss or cracked or crumbling with age, others looking somewhat newer. You see the grounds seem to have been well tended, but in a few places weeds have begun to sprout up. Slowly you pass between row after row of grave, eyes searching for any indication of a familiar name. Finally, just toward the back of the church, at a place where 5 graves form a ring around a protrusion of the path, just below an old, mostly dead willow tree that hangs old creaking branches over the cast iron fence at this quiet edge of the misty cemetery. You see a grave that looks far fresher than the rest. Not covered in grass as of yet, but a simple mound of loamy earth and soil. A headstone with the sunburst sigil of the Morning Lord and the name Father Lucian Petrovich. May his light shine in the Morning Lord's hands.
Metreon will take out his wineskin and start to head over towards it.
Okay. The grave itself is quiet below you.
Metreon kneels down in front of the gravestone. Kind of takes it in for a moment, feeling the earth beneath him, its softness, looking up at the headstone. He takes up his wineskin and takes a pretty hearty gulp of it. Right, I'll make this quick as I can, since I never had to eulogize no one before. Usually, I either hate the person too much that I wish death on him and wouldn't want to eulogize him anyway, or I don't get to know them enough to eulogize them. But you showed me a kindness I hadn't experienced in anyone in all my life, in a matter of a couple of days. It was strange and scary, and what happened to you, I'll never stop blaming myself for. But I hope that you got out of this hellhole and you finally see him some sunlight. And Metron will openly wineskin and pour out a little bit for OG Lucian into the grave, or onto the soil at least.
Okay. As you pour the wine out onto the soil, it kind of runs purplish red over the earth and begins soaking it into a dark puddle. And as the last of the wine runs out, you hear the soft fluttering of what sounds like parchment from the tree above you. And as you glance upward, you see what seems to be a small wedge of paper caught between two sprigs of the tree's branches, rustling faintly as the chill wind sweeps through the Vallakian air.
Metron will stand up and try to reach up for it.
It takes a bit of grasping. It's a bit of a higher branch, but jumping up, you're able to snag it between two of your fingers and pull it down.
Yeah,
it's folded over in half, and as you and if you'd like, you can. As you open it, it seems that there seems to be some sort of writing inside.
Yeah, I will open it up and read it to myself.
Okay. The paper is written in a tight, elegant hand, though there are places where the ink has smudged across the page, slightly scratched from one side to another, or smudged by perhaps drops of water on the surface, smearing the ink. It reads simply, "You go where I cannot follow, but please know that I will love you forever. Mother and father would be so proud of you. The morning Lord bless you, and may he watch over all of us. Your loving sister, Lydia."
Does Lydia ring a bell to him?
Don't know that it would.
Yeah, he will fold it up, and he will kind of dig up a little bit of earth and put the note into it, and then push the dirt back over it, and he will start to walk back towards Lillison.
Okay. Lillison, you see Metron approaching you, trudging his way through the dirt trail of the cemetery, the gate opening with a creak as he exits toward you.
She's just going to raise her eyebrows briefly, but won't mention it if he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Okay. She's going to take a step back to let him pass out, and then fall into step next to him.
Yeah, at this point, he's just kind of wandering out, and he actually looks to you. So where'd you want to go, Dan?
Well, around, but mostly I think it's important to stop by Lady Walker's house. Not to go in, just to see if there's any activity around.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
I think it's a better idea than not knowing.
All right, fine. I'll go with you, but if it gets too hot over there, we're getting out of there.
Of course. We're just innocent strangers walking by. And she's gonna turn towards that part of town.
All right, just to confirm, which area are you heading to?
The area around Vokter House. She's not gonna try to like go right up to it or anything like that. Just kind of like casually saunter by and like glance over, seeing if there's any like obvious revolutionary activities.
Gotcha. Okay. You leave the church behind and begin passing eastward through Vallaki once more, leaving the misty cemetery behind as the darkening gray sky continues to approach dusk. As you pass the Blue Water Inn, you take the left fork, passing north, and before long coming along the exterior of Vokter House. The old slouching manor sits behind its dark gardens as the cast iron fences of the estate stand there. But this time, the gates are not quite so abandoned. You see a group of individuals standing beyond the gates, gazes directed outward. 4 of them appear to be plainclothes Vallakians bearing scimitars at their sides. Joining them are 2 additional individuals with brown robes, casting dark and imperious glances across the road. And joining them, 4 men and women dressed in the garb of the Vallakian Guard, standing tall with spears amidst the rest, looking warily out at the road around them. You can see lights flickering in the windows of Vokter House beyond the gates.
Do all of these people look like they are very deliberately guarding this place?
Yes.
Okay. Lillison is going to kind of like nudge Metreon a little bit, and then she's just gonna like keep casually walking by.
Yeah, Metron will have like a little last lingering glance over towards the house. Can I linger with a bit of perception?
You may. If you let me know what you're looking for.
I'm just trying to see if there's anyone in the windows in any of them. But with a 6, I imagine I don't see anything. I don't even see the sky.
Well, with the 6, you notice the obvious features of the house, the familiar ones as well. But no, you don't see anyone in the house. The curtains seem to be drawn tight over the windows facing the road.
Yeah, I'll keep following Lillison.
Okay. Lillison will, walk a plausibly deniable distance beyond the house, keep walking for a couple minutes, then casually turn around as if they're just taking a walk and go back towards the Blue Water Inn.
Okay. It's not long then before you return to the tavern. Esmeralda's wagon still parked just beside the well, the glimmering lights just beyond the windows of the tavern as the gray light begins to turn dark blues and grays as dusk takes Vallaki. Those of you remaining in the tap room hear the door open as Metron and Lillison step inside.
Ahoy, ahoy.
Kiva just holds up a glass and says, "We missed you. I finished your wine, but I got you another one, don't worry."
Oh, bless you, love. How are you ladies doing? And I kind of rolls up to Kiva and Irina and Esmeralda, kind of like draping his arms around Kiva and Irina at least.
We're good. We decided that we are best friends and vampire hunters, and I beat Esmeralda at a drinking game, and we've just been sort of hanging out. Where did you go?
You did not. You cheated.
I did not cheat. There's no cheating. I just won. It's a sort
I
of.
am fairly certain that I saw you slipping some of the wine out of your mug onto the table. Danica, back me up.
Where would I have put it? If you
I
want to
don't know.
look, that's-
Maybe you had this one mop it up for you, and she casts a very suspicious look at Ismark. Ismark, who's now in the room, Ismark kind of holds up his hands. Whoa, I am innocent. Do not involve me in your athletic disputes.
Well, listen, there's only one way to settle this. We've got to play it again.
See, now this is a man that we needed here from the start.
All right, you're on, and I'll expect a neutral arbiter then. Lillison, you mind keeping an eye on this one?
Lillison, was halfway across the room towards her stuff, glances back and grins and pulls over a chair to like the middle of the room and sits down and just like looks very self-important. I can certainly arbitrate, yes?
Wonderful. All right then, you two are on.
Where's Remedy? You know, like Randy
Did you just-
Amity?
Oh my god, I love that. We should tell them.
Portmanteau, you know it is.
We shouldn't tell them. We should let them be confused.
Just call them Ramity for the rest of the week.
Erthrendir is conspicuously absent.
How late is it at this point? Just to tell whether Amity would be in upstairs or downstairs, maybe.
Probably around 6 o'clock at this point, approaching dinner time.
Sure, then let's say Amity comes down to the inner zone now.
Would you care to partake? We're playing a bit of a game. You know, as the world burns.
Alright, what are the rules?
What are the rules?
The rules are, everybody must take a drink every time somebody says something that is blatantly untrue.
Well, I've got no secrets, so that should be easy.
Amity
And-
reaches.
And whoever falls off their chair first loses.
Oh, I got this in the bag.
This you see.
It looks like
Erthrendir-
you're already drunk.
How dare you? But maybe a bit, yes.
At this, you see Erthrendir like staggering down the stairs, dark circles under his eyes, and he's just like, "Hey, do we have dinner yet? I was going to take Victor something." And then he just kind of takes in the whole tableau. What in Corellian's name are y'all doing?
We're playing a game. Do you want to join?
I don't think that there's a revolution. I can't afford to not be sharp and Victor, and I can't be irresponsible.
I expect the revolution will be over by the morning.
At this, you hear footsteps coming from the kitchen, and you hear Erwin Mardikov clear his throat. Well, you're halfway right. Seems it's already ended.
She did not hesitate to consolidate her power, did she?
No. From what I've heard, there was quite a to-do in the town square.
Are they dead?
He fixes you with a kind of lingering, somber look. Yes, from what I can tell. The townsfolk dragged them there, threw him and his wife in the stocks, and, well, the stones did the rest.
God fucking damn it.
Wasn't long before, well, Lady Vocta showed up as well. Brought quite a retinue. From what I'm told, it included both several of the speakers that folk have been hearing around town, as well as a good quarter of the Vallaki town guard. She claimed that the town's time of living in fear of the devil was over. Said that with her guidance, the town faced a new future under which they, had avoided potential destruction at the devil's hands. Seems that there might have been a bit of arcane trickery afoot. I'm told folk heard an earthquake, the rumbling of thunder, at her words. Seems that some folk almost believe it's a religious consecration. But whichever way she did it, Fiona Vocta seems to have secured quite a hold on the town. I wouldn't be surprised if she's officially proclaimed herself Baroness and Burgomistress by the morning.
Are you all going to be safe with her in charge?
We'll be quite all right. Our family's never aggravated the House of Vocta, and certainly we don't plan to do anything to upset them or their allies, at least not in places that can be seen. And it remains to be seen whether she will be a good leader or not. Her loyalties may be foggy, but who knows?
But
we'll give her a chance, and we'll keep a close eye.
But the violence is done, right? They're not.
Oh no, she cracked down quite hard on that. I don't think anyone will face anything lingering aside from the two in the stocks that I mentioned. But she seemed to think that a display of authority was necessitated. So no, I don't believe that we should fear any further violence tonight.
You just watch as just the tension drains out of Erthrindir's body. This kind of like, he's been just like, every muscle in his body has been tense since they've gotten back to the Blue Water, and he just slumps into a chair.
As you watch, his gaze slowly turns toward Lillison. And I can't help but wonder if she mightn't have had... Well, she seems to act awfully quickly. One wonders if she had advance notice of such a thing.
Somebody who cares about their city often has many eyes, many places. And
Perhaps so.
likely plans made in advance. I am not surprised how quickly she acted. The streets were very quiet when we wandered through just now. I am wondering how boldly she is allowing her hand to be seen, though. Although goodness knows, very few people will be likely to question it.
Indeed. But nonetheless, the fact remains that, well, as you said, keeping one's eyes open tend not to do any injury. And he gives you a very searching look for a few moments before turning back to the bar, which he begins to wipe down. Well, it looks like some of you have finished your drinks. Will that be more, or shall I clear these away?
Oh, several more, please. Thank you.
And a small one for Erthrindir. We don't want him to lose his sharp focus. We need one of us to stay smart.
Excuse...
Well, I thought you were going to be joining us. Or you do have to stay impartial so that Esmeralda, feels like the rules are being abided by.
I am staying impartial. And then she glances over at Erthrindir. I think the only person who remains in probably more danger than ever is our friend upstairs.
I know. I've been talking to him. He's just, well, it's not something he's gonna process in a night. I've just been sitting, playing a few games of cards to keep his mind off things, but I don't know what we're doing with him.
You don't think he'll do anything reckless tonight?
No, but I'll make sure he doesn't. I'm trancing down here.
She nods.
Yeah, for now, I would very much like to get drunk, so...
Attaboy.
Shall we? So what the hell? So yeah, what the hell are the rules? I don't.
I have forgotten already. Are there anybody who actually knows drinking games?
Yeah, I'll go drink a game. You drink one, and then you drink another, and you drink a third. Let's go.
That's not a game. That's a.
I like this drinking game. Pass around, please.
That's not a game. That's a mission. No, we need to make this into a game.
I know one where you ask someone a question and they like flip a coin or whatever to determine whether to tell the truth or lie, and then everyone has to like guess whether they were actually telling the truth or lying.
I'm for
I
it.
like that game.
That sounds fun.
I guess you drink if you like guess wrong. I don't know.
We'll figure it out.
Look, as long as we're drinking, it's the game is successful, I think.
I think so too. Yeah, I mean, we don't need to muddy this up with mechanics.
And on that note, the drinking game begins as Erwin brings out another round of wine for you all for a few moments, for a few minutes or hours at least in this darkened night. Laughter ringing out in the tap room of the Blue Water Inn. As night falls over the town and the game slowly comes to an end, is there anything more you would like to do for this evening?
Like, I don't know. I think like there's like a cool girl here, you know. So, just saying.
Yes. In fact, there is.
Depending on how drunk Kiva gets, she might want to talk to Esmeralda, but we'll see.
Are we actually going to bring dinner up to Victor at some point, though?
Earthrendir would before things got too inebriated. But yeah, no, he
Right.
will. Yeah, he'd bring Victor some food, and in the process, yeah, before he goes to bed, he will kind of talk to Victor and say, "Hey, anything you need for the night?"
You see him just sitting on the bed, his knees tucked up to his chest, and he just shakes his head. You can see on the bed before him is just sitting open the leather-bound spell book, but his eyes just kind of glaze over the pages.
All right. But you are sleeping, you know? Like, you will not be able to do any good if you're conked out.
He just silently nods. I'll go to sleep at some point.
I'm not talking at some point. I'm talking you look like you're already halfway there. Go, I suppose, here. How tall is Victor?
Victor is, I don't know, I'd say around like 5'9".
Okay. Here, tell you what. I've got some sleep clothes you can get changed into if you want. Like, from there you can read all you like, but at least move towards it. Since, you know, you're kind of fresh the fuck out of clothes at the moment.
He just nods somewhat dumbly.
Earthendir kind of like turns to leave and then just looks back at him. Small question. When you go to bed, would it be alright if I looked through your spellbook a little? I'd like to see what sort of spell work you do. I'm kind of curious.
You look like he's almost going to protest. And then he exhales, his shoulders slump, and he says, "Sure, it's not like it's going to do me any good anyway. Look all you like."
Thanks. Good night. And I don't really sleep, so if in the middle of the night you just need to talk or play cards or whatever, I'll be here.
Sure, whatever, just
Yes, I'll get out of your space.
grunts and turns away to the window. But you notice that he seems to be casting favorable glances on the food you've brought him.
All right, that's all Earthendir wants to do.
Okay. Back down to the tap room, is there anything more that you all would like to do before turning in for the night?
I imagine Metron will get drunk enough to the point where he will need someone with a decent strength modifier to carry him up to his room.
That will not be Esmeralda because she is equally sloshed.
Wow,
Or-
really?
I feel like or Kiva at this point, if they're continuing to play the drinking game, that is keep drinking whenever your thing is empty. I mean, like.
Earthwind just casts like a hopeless glance at Ismark and Amity. So are we gonna have to? Is Amity equally sloshed, or is she?
Slosh, but definitely not anywhere near as much as Metreon. Amity's like trying to keep the game going, and Metreon's like forgetting the rules and just drinking a whole mug every other round.
There. You all right to help me get them upstairs, darling?
Yeah, and let me. Amity picks Metreon up. Just swings him over his shoulder like
what are you
a
doing? What are you
backpack.
doing there?
Amity will, or Earthwind will kind of try and do the same for Kiva. Come on, it's time for bed.
You know, I don't sleep. I could stay up for a little bit longer.
It's time to do things that aren't stare at the wall and flirt with the pretty girl. This last bit is very quiet.
She is very pretty, isn't she?
Yeah, she's gorgeous. I mean, you know,
Esmeralda, you're very pretty.
God,
Well, thank you. I know that I am.
You very much are. Very, very
Well,
much.
thank you.
Yeah,
See?
you're all right. You're all right. You're really all right.
yeah. See, she's got the right response. We're all pretty. Like
Yeah, we're all
literally
pretty.
every one of us. It's
I mean-
kind of unfair.
Yeah, I mean, some of us more than others, but yeah.
Oh.
You should call ourselves the Pretty Gang.
It's a good name. Team Unfairly Hot. Although, I mean, I'm a bit biased. And he just casts a fond glance towards
We're
Amity.
the fire department because we're so
Ew,
hot.
no romance when you're carrying me to bed.
Yeah. Well, no.
Fine. And he just lugs her under his shoulder. Let's go.
Listen, who is stone cold sober and like standing in the middle of the tap room, just like looking around, gives Ismark a despairing look and shrugs.
Ismark gives you the exact same despairing look. And as he does, you watch as Esmeralda gets up from the tap room, kind of pushing away from the others, and begins just kind of take a staggering step toward you. And as she passes you, Lilith, and she staggers, catching onto your shoulder to steady herself.
Lillison flinches a bit.
Esmeralda doesn't seem to even notice. Instead, you just see her kind of, head lolling a bit as she giggles under her breath. We've had a long day. We've had a really long day. All of us. Pretty folk. So he wasn't very pretty.
I'm sorry, who
So-
isn't pretty?
The doctor, he wasn't very pretty. Very old.
He
He had
might have
so
been...
many questions. You had so many questions. I didn't ask any questions.
Did
I didn't
you
ask any questions.
Did you want to ask him questions? I'm sorry if we monopolized his time.
She looks very confused for a second. I think there are some things that I read somewhere that I wanted to ask him about. But I forget what it is. She shakes her head. It's probably not important.
Perhaps you'll remember in the morning, and if we are going back in that direction anyway, we might find him again.
Right, that's a good idea. Then I can ask him about her. What was the one? Something. Was it zombies?
Zombies?
What was it? I'll ask him in the morning. You're tired, right, Lillison?
No, I'm not, but you seem to be. And she gives like Ismark a panicking look.
I think I am tired. Yes, I shouldn't ask questions tonight. I'll be in my wagon.
Are you going to
God.
sleep in your wagon?
Yes, it's got a comfy faced?
I'm certain there are rooms here if you would rather, but I understand if you want to be able to safeguard your wagon.
I think. Yes, I'll safeguard it. And she just kind of starts, drunkenly marching off toward the exit door.
Lillison is going to follow her like 10 feet behind just to make sure she doesn't like hit her head or
Explode.
anything.
Try to explode the cart accidentally.
Yeah.
That would be bad.
I could just go in through the front.
Yeah. But yeah, now once Kiva and the resident very drunk people are in bed, Earthendeer's gonna take up a spot at one of the tables in the tap room, kind of setting up with a pillow and a blanket. Then is Lillison presumably coming back in after she deals with Ez?
Assuming that Ez like makes it into her wagon safely and without blowing anything up, which I'm gonna pause to see if Dragon is gonna say that.
She does make her way into her wagon. You notice that the strings of the vials of alchemist fire have been taken down and seemingly packaged away. She opens the door with a very practiced, almost automatic set of gestures, clicking the door open and stepping inside and just lying on the wooden floor of the wagon.
Lillison,
I love her. I love her.
Lillison stares for a while and then just shrugs and turns back in, and shrugs again at Earthendeer.
He smiles, kind of very blearily. Hey, you're not going to bed for a while, right?
Probably not, no.
And he plops Victor's spellbook on the table. Then, would you mind helping me with this? I'm trying to make sense of his notation. Kind of what you said about magic earlier. I've been thinking. I'm trying to try something new. And I'd appreciate some help, kind of making sense of all this.
Her eyes go wide, and as he keeps talking, she's just staring at the spellbook. And she grabs her bag of stuff and moves a lot closer. Puts her bag down on the table, rummages around, pulls out another of the blank books that they had gotten from Death House and a pen, and says, "I thank you. Yes, let's see what's in this."
He grins. Let's learn some fucking magic.
She grins back at him.
Okay. And as Lillison and Earthendeer turn to begin studying Victor's book, as Kiva staggers up drunkenly to bed, as Esmeralda slumbers in her wagon, and Metreon finds his own place to sleep upstairs, is there anything else you would like to do for the evening?
I think we're good.
Yeah, unless you want us to roll like a con save or something.
No, you're good. In that case, then, as each of you turns in for the night, Earthendeer and Lillison eventually parting ways. Earthendeer returning to find Victor asleep in the room before turning into his own space. Danica and Erwin slowly closing up shop in the tap room, and Cobal soon vanishing into town. Each of you turns in for the night, preparing yourselves for the journey to come tomorrow. And that is where we will end it for today.
What a ride, guys. What a ride.
We needed that ending. Really
Yeah, very
badly.
much.
Very much so.
We have an actual spellbook to like figure out now.
Yep.
Do we still have that other spellbook we picked up in Or no, those are
The
scrolls.
scrolls from
The
Death
Yeah,
House.
we have the scrolls, yeah.
Yeah, we still have those. They're in Kiwi's
should-
backpack.
We should have Victor take a look at those.
None of them are... I don't think any of them are wizard spells.
Aw.
Could Kiva look at them though?
I don't think-
now that she's got more
Yes,
of an
yes, she
understanding
could.
of shit.
Oh my
yeah.
god, she could. She can actually use some of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what?
I think so. I'll need to check the paladin spell list.
I know at least one of them is on her spell list.
Oh,
Magic for everybody.
oh my god. I can finally use all my fancy new named spells.
They are truly inspired. All right, beautiful. Well, thank you to players for playing and everyone else for joining us today. As always, we will see you back in the mists next week. Until then, disregard revolutions, obtain wedding dresses, and take care.